welcome to another episode of this. We are actually going to be missing two people today. As you are already aware, I am sure. Les is currently on a hiatus, as it were, because of 6-hour finals and craziness of being a senior. Very, very, very busy. Follow up that concept with today, our good friend Demos, who, as some of you may know, is Air Force lad. Basically, he's stuck in traffic because of protest over where he's at. He's safe, though, as far as we're aware. But he will not be here for just this session. We're going to have an excuse for that, I think. That will work really well. But yeah, that's sort of just surface level stuff. And now we enter last time.
Yeah.
Yeah. You all... I'm actually trying to remember. You all went along your journey to save the doctor who had ended up falling into a trap that some lizard folk from a faraway place ended up at. You all fought them to save Caden, ended up fighting them longer because Caden wasn't retreating, and Demos was feeling the urge to continue the battle in many ways, because with the knowledge that if they don't, they'll just keep doing this to people, right? And so making them retreat, making them leave, saving a kobold merchant by the name of Erda, or Adra, I think it was, and acquiring a magical item, and a variety of magical items, actually. You all began to attempt to rest, having a variety of conversations, discerning some of the magic items. There's still a few that have not been discerned, much to my personal DM. Like, I keep having to hold on to these cards, these magic item cards.
These are the ones that Demos is straight up lying about.
Yeah. But you guys don't know about. There was a conversation between Escale and his patron, in which he now has the communication eyes. There's an intense conversation between Summer and Caden. And Demos began, in truth, with soul talent progression. Meditating and starting that path. And that's where we left off. And we are indeed going to be beginning the morning of the 24th of the Rain Moon, when the morning comes. However, there's a few things we actually have to cover before then, I believe. I'm going to double check.
Ooh.
I'd like to say that.
Sorry? There's a lot of voices at once.
Well, I just wanted to say before I went to bed last night, I resummoned Rupert because he did fall in the battle.
He did indeed, yeah. Get munched.
I resummoned him. We're good.
Cool.
I just asked who died.
Who died?
Yeah, overnight, who got killed?
Me, probably.
Fair enough.
I also am going to, before actually going to sleep, I think without writing it down, but I am gonna just try to be a little bit puzzling over that. Pretty much anytime I'm not talking, assume Summer at some level is puzzling over that code in her head.
Got you. First things first. Demos. Not Demos, sorry. Or actually, yeah, we'll start with Demos, actually. In the middle of the night, Demos hears rustling in nearby brush. Only he's able to smell and hear it because it's a familiar smell. Moving on over, he sees a face he hasn't seen in a long time. Fellow Loxodon. One he thought was otherwise disposed or captured even, but is there. They have a short conversation that turns to action. The short interaction being that apparently some of Demos' friends had managed to escape. And that they required some form of assistance from Demos further north, but a little off the trail. Like off the trail, but north. So leaving behind a note along with the talking stick. As sort of a sign, like only Demos would know the value of the talking stick kind of thing.
Well,
Yeah. Leaves behind a note explaining that he is going to go help them. Seems not a big issue. And that he should be able to sort of reconnect with your guys' path under that 3-day sort of travel plan. So that's his intent. That he will reconvene with you on the path later up north.
all right.
And some of you may know, I forget if Demos really brought it up. I mean, it's technically a lot of miles away, but this broader territory of these woods is sort of Odin men land to a degree. So he's sort of at his home. Then we go to Eskil. As you're resting, of course not sleeping, the glow and the symbols on Aslam's gauntlet seem to drift in your mind. Sort of just like a random thought to come up in your head that doesn't seem to have much meaning, but you just keep thinking and remembering the look of those gauntlets and the divine energy coming off of them. Make a wisdom check for me, Eskil.
Okay. Awkward moment. I don't have my dice out. I'm gonna roll on D&D Beyond.
Of course.
Yeah.
Leave that in.
11.
11.
Yep.
Neat. It's positive. Whatever feelings you're getting from this. You're not sure into what capacity, but it's certainly positive. You don't get a bad feeling from it, from the fact that this is on your mind. I'm looking for a pen. I wasn't prepared either, apparently. Pen. But yeah, you don't get a negative feeling from it, but it is on your mind. And you are aware that these gauntlets were from the God of Heroes, yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
Grab a pen real fast.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's really it. Let's go. Just to
Okay.
say. I'm sure in a meta sense you kind of get what I'm building up towards, but nonetheless, sorry, I'm writing stuff down real quick. People messaging me stuff. All right. Follow that up with actually Summer.
Yes?
Yes. I forget. Did you take the potion? Did you take the potion to stay awake or not?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you're actually sleeping. Cool. That was what
Yeah.
I wanted to know. You have a dream.
Okay.
You're once again in that dark mine shaft
Oh.
with Aslam holding some sort of lantern light. Your allies are around you, but it's not just your current allies. So too in the tunnel is your mother. Are the
Great.
people you went on that archaeological trip with.
Oh.
Nasum, your mentor who is currently in the hospital, disposed, is there as well. Seems to be sort of in
That's
the front of the
Dr.
group.
Gander.
Dr. Gander, yes. Is sort of in the front, sort of even in a sense that Aslam's holding the lantern and Dr. Gander's in the front, and so it's almost like you can't see him very well because of how like the shadow comes off. You can just see their back.
Yeah, she's always pushed the limits.
People you know around you. And Lest is there, even though Lest vanished, I believe, at this point. Of that trip. And you find yourself walking, and you find yourself lucid. So what would you like to do in this dream? You find yourself in some form of lucidity.
Do I get the feeling that this is like a I mean, like, I think Summer would know that, like, the spell dream exists, or like that dreams can be a purveyor of messages, that kind of thing.
Roll an Arcana check just to make sure. You do know that.
Oh, like, I don't know if.
Yeah, just to make sure.
Well, I mean, I just want to know if it is. Like.
An Arcana check will suffice for that as well. Just figure all that out.
Alright, nice. 24.
Okay. Yeah, I'd buy into that. You don't gather this is the work of some sort of spell. Be it dream or be it sort of nicher versions of dream. You don't feel it's any of that.
So this is just like a normal lucid dream?
That doesn't necessarily mean that. You just know it is not originated from a spell. Gods don't cast spells, devils don't cast spells, etc.
Right.
Yeah.
Lots of things.
Lots of things don't actually use spells.
Don't cast spells. Alright. I'm gonna... if I just walk for a while and don't do anything, what happens?
You just stop walking?
No. Just keep walking.
Oh, okay.
Is everybody quiet? Is everybody silent?
Everyone is silent. But as you keep walking, you notice the lantern light flicker and dim. And as it dims, the people on the edges that you just noticed now begin to disappear one by one. Dr. Gander, Asim.
I light another lantern.
You go to light another lantern, and it does provide light, but as you sort of shine it in the direction of those who have already vanished, they are no longer there. But the people continue to walk.
I give Lest this lantern.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, hold this. Dream less, please.
As you move over to hand it to Les does accept. You hear Aslam's words say, "Summer, will you take the lead?"
Wicked, no, but chill for a second. And I do. Is Dr. Gander, has she disappeared?
Yeah, she has disappeared.
She disappeared. Okay, so is that because I was going to go talk to? Okay, I'm guessing that's why there's no one in the lead anymore.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna see. This is like a lucid dream. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna see if I can like trick around a little bit with it, and like light another, like have another lantern and light it.
You are able to conjure up another lantern in this dream space easily enough. It is your own dream. You do not feel that anything's trying to oppose your will in your dream.
Okay.
The lantern does in fact conjure up.
In that case, I want to. Yeah, we're gonna test this out. Sure, I'll take the lead. See if I can kind of trade a concession to this like weird dream plot to get something I want. And
as
see
you
if
walk
when I
forward to take the lead, you feel your arm grabbed, and it is your mother, but with blood trickling down her forehead, as the symbol of the yellow man has been carved in it.
Oh my
and
gosh!
She seems to be choking.
Can I help? Like.
You make a medicine check within your
Great. Lovely. A whole +0. Man, my dice is doing good though. I guess I got out all the 3s when I 18. I thought I had a -1, but it's a +0.
What was that total?
18.
18. He doesn't seem to be choking on anything in particular. You're able to help with the bleeding. You gather that this choking is potentially I mean, it's a dream, right? It's not like an actual ailment.
Yeah, I think what I tried to do. I think the bleeding is one thing. I think Summer's gonna try to dream this, right? Like she made a lantern.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make her mom not choke.
She begins to be choking less, and he says, sorry, I'm double checking my notes here. Come on, where is it? She croaks out, "The lovers."
Okay.
And
cool.
she says, and she seems to look over at Aslam. And she says, to you, "Be safe."
Summer is freaking out a little bit. And by that I mean a lot. she's really, really freaking out.
As she has stopped walking, Aslam is continuing to walk, and the group is too. They don't seem to notice you and your mom slowing down.
I am going to...
But you do have a lantern. So
okay, I have a hunch. I think Summer's going to shout out, "Rupert, stay with me."
a Rupert appears on your shoulder,
Yeah.
but the group is still moving past
Yeah,
you.
I mean, she doesn't know how this dream logic works. She doesn't know how much she needs to, like, actually play into, like, real things. Right? And then...
But as the group is leaving you behind, you hear Aslam say, "Keep up."
Can she walk? Like...
You can bring her to walk, but she is very slow in movement. And as you do, you begin to hear footsteps coming from further behind the tunnel, approaching.
Yeah, that's fine. It's my dream. This mine shaft, should have some sort of lighting system.
It is the old abandoned mine shaft. Whatever lighting system it had is old and decrepit, but it is your dream, so you can make it.
Yeah, there is one. There's one now.
Yeah. It's basically a row of sort of crystals, like magic crystals, that when heated to a certain degree, give off additional heat. And,
no, it's lit.
Yeah.
It's lit, fam. I just light it. I just light the whole way.
As the whole tunnel is lit, you see behind your mother a ways, there is a well-dressed, noble, high elf gentleman. Very well established. Make a history check for me.
Okay. What's my history? I don't think it's bad. That's cocked. 15.
Before I give you what you get about this guy, there are other individuals around him as well.
Okay.
There is the large drunken man, Bourbon, that you had encountered before by him.
Oh.
There is a wizard, who seems stressed.
Okay, so a wizard then.
Yeah, and almost like a shadow of this large drunk man is a silhouette of a very muscular figure you can barely see. Almost like it's his shadow. But with that 15 history check, you know this to be one of the tarot, the lovers.
Okay, I increase the lighting by the group so that I can see the shadow.
As you do so, the shadow just seems to move as if it's a shadow, like out of sight.
Okay, interesting. There's a table. There's a table that has food at it. This is fun. I like this.
As you bring the table with food up, they do sort of stop.
Hello. Welcome to my dream. Have a seat.
I love it.
As you do this,
I'm sure you know Hella, the administrator of hospitality.
the lovers bows and says, I am very aware. And he does sit down very politely, and as he does, you feel yourself being pulled from sleep.
I'm gonna try to hang on for like a second, and I think she just says to her mom, I'm sorry.
And you will awake on the 24th of the rain moon.
Summer just lays there, staring up at the sky, and sighs. And looks down at Aslam's camp. Is he awake?
He's been awake. He took one of the potions to be awake the whole night.
And then flops back down on her back and looks at the sky.
Escale and Caden, you also awake, or were still awake, right? But are at least complete with your long
No,
rest.
I didn't take that drink. I'm
Okay, so
saving
you actually
mine.
slept. Yeah, go ahead and make your roll then.
I did.
Is it good? Bad?
It was an 8, so it wasn't the worst.
Summer likely does the check. Do you guys have any of those sleeping draughts
Yeah.
remaining?
Somebody what?
The sleeping draughts that they've been using as a pseudo way to fix any problems with Caden's sanity.
I think Demos had him is the issue.
Okay, in which case we'll be clear. However many Demos had, which I think was just a few. I want to say it was under 6, but not a small number. Nonetheless, Aslam says, "Where's Demos?" And he seems visibly stressed.
Well, I had told Rupert to let me know if anything happened while we were asleep.
Rupert is just hanging out by Demos's stuff. Including
I'll go
some
look
sleeping
at it.
draughts. Yeah. You see the letter explaining the situation, explaining that really within this day's travel, he should be able to reunite with you guys.
One of these potions where you can take a long rest without sleeping should work, right? Because it would be a long rest.
Well, the thing with the sleeping drought is it cuts that time. You'd have to have Caden make another 8 hours. It's not an instant long rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you still
It's
need
a-
the time of it.
Yeah,
it's not an instant long
that
rest.
potion is a preventative preventative
not a-
measure, not
okay.
not a reparative measure.
It doesn't want it.
Caden? Hey, Caden. How you feeling, bud? Hey, Matt, I do the eye check. How's he feeling?
It's an 8, so not well, I presume. They're rather.
I mean, it's like, as of right now, me and Matt we can talk more about this, but like, as of Caden right now, I've been doing it like, it's a DC of 10 with no modifier. Like, I just do a roll.
Is this like a scale thing, or is it just like either?
I play it a little bit by scale.
Because I want to say that the last time we dealt with this, it was actually a nat 1 roll.
Yeah, no, I play it by scale, but also like it's about like if it's above a 10, I'm good. If it's below a 10, I'm not great. Like,
Okay.
and that one is bad. Like, I don't
Right. But in terms of like gameplay and safety on the road,
Caden doesn't want to take a potion.
of course, Caden. I'm not asking Caden.
I know.
Are you trying to give Caden the potion then? For a quick nighty night? I think it's like what? A long rest and like.
No, we can deal with Caden for a minute while Summer asks Aslam what Aslam thinks we should do about Caden.
Aslam goes, well,
I take out, I guide Caden as much as possible to, like, I don't know, the first floor of this tower or something. And then I take out the bit of parchment that I have been using to, like, formulate the codes that I, like, different codes that I think might be going on in his journal. And I just give it to him, and I'm like, can you look this over and just see how close I am?
Sure. Is this like a piece of paper or a book?
It's like a very small booklet. Like fantasy dollar store booklet. It's not like her main journal. Like, think like a steno pad.
Is this the only thing that's in there?
Mostly, I don't know. Is he curious? Probably not. There's probably like sketches and stuff. There's probably things in Summer's own code.
Hayden's just flipping through the notebook.
Yeah, I think the things that are in Summer's own code are the things she's actually counting on being the distraction. I think that's the trade-off here. But yeah, and then I'm gonna like skip back over to Aslam, just like rub my temples, and I want to do an insight check. I have 0 insight, and I don't know why I keep doing these. But this is just again, how much are you aware of us again? Like, you said you didn't look us up before the test. I don't believe you because of the whole incredible coincidence thing with a lot of things. Can you just remind me what your story is
I
on that?
didn't know any of you before the test. Now, I omitted whether or not I investigated you guys after the fact. But,
Yeah, I noticed that too.
But I swear by it, I honestly did not really know you beforehand. It's possible I knew you in the sense that I have grabbed pastries from the Rose King Eatery before, etc., but, you know, nothing.
And
Yeah.
why are you taking us on this field trip again?
Well, I offered you all this field trip, and you accepted. The reason I gave you the offer was because I thought it would be helpful to all of you, and that I like to time, sort of watch over new adventures, as it were.
Well, that was when I needed to roll another insight roll. I did roll an 8 again, but
You believe him, and above that, because you're consistently rolling low on this, a really stupid theory begins to latch itself to your brain.
Great.
We love those.
The really stupid theory being that maybe Aslam has a thing for one of the older members of the group, like Demos, or maybe that's why he's stressed.
You think it is.
Maybe that's why he's stressed this morning, you know, because Demos is gone.
Yeah, I actually in real life, I wondered if there was some sort of like repetition or reincarnation relationship like happening with another party member or something.
So you begin to concoct this theory in your brain as opposed to having any insight on anything Aslam just really said.
Alright, cool, yeah. That's one of those wonderful, like, harmless, harmful things.
On a sexual journey of awakening.
Yeah, sexual journey, yeah. Okay, whatever, that's fine. Demos is now gone. I'm very unhappy about this. But I do have a quick question, and I'm just gonna, like, glance around. Is anybody nearby?
You see Maverick and Escale seem to be having some sort of small talk. Caden is around. Aslam is just cleaning up camp.
As long as none of the other people are around.
The other merchants seem to have already packed up and headed out.
Okay.
I told River to tell me before they did that.
Oh. In which case they have not yet. They are currently packing and getting ready to head off.
Okay, cool.
It's early morning. The dew is still on the grass.
I kneel beside Aslam and whatever he's doing and, like, help, sort of. Just, like, shot in the, well, not exactly the dark, but, is it the lovers?
That was the individual mentioned in your dream, yes?
No, that's the question that Summer's asking out loud to Aslan. Is it the lovers?
Pauses and he goes, "What are you talking about?"
Okay. And I move on.
He does, and he's sort of like, "Are you referring to the tarot guy? Because I don't like him." And
I mean, here's the thing. He told us, I think last night, that he suspects that there is a member of the Crimson King's court in the tarot.
Yes, yeah. Based off his response, I don't know. You rolled a bad insight. I'm not going to give you really anything other than the response. But Caden, the merchant groups are packing up and getting ready to head off. Rupert has said that if you wish to do anything with them.
I had sent Rupert on like a little thing last night, which was basically look around like and see kind of their layout of like the stuff that the merchant was carrying, if they were like in crates or anything like that.
Got you. Yeah, they're in crates and barrels and things. It seems mostly to be honestly sort of the materials you'd expect to be imported for taverns, right? Unique ales from across the land, that kind of thing. So sort of like non-local goods being shipped off to taverns and stores and stuff.
Does there look to be any like trinkets or items?
Does not make a investigation check with Rupert.
Okay.
So you get that. On first glance with passive investigation, you get that. It looks to be sort of just like a replenishing tavern supplies. Because believe it or not, I'll save it for when you roll.
Investigation is for Rupert. What's investigation like based on?
Intelligence.
Yeah.
That's a straight 15.
Ah, not bad. Yeah, believe it or not, many merchants, many traveling caravans really carry just simple goods. And at scale, as you and Maverick kind of wrap up your small talk and you guys are packing stuff up, seeing this caravan, because I forgot to mention this earlier, there's like an itch in the back of your head. Like, just that it's familiar to you. Not this particular caravan, but something about it. Seems familiar to you. You can make a wisdom check if you'd like to try to find the source of this itch, or if you just let it remain as a tip of your tongue situation.
13.
13? Yeah, I'd say the things are there. You've had certain things happen recently. You feel for a moment that you've maybe had that job before, or something like it. The driving carts place to place with goods.
Okay.
Just a weird feeling. You're like, I feel like I've done that before. Like when you go to a retail shop and you've worked retail before and you're like, yeah, I know that feeling. You kind of have that, but with the guy who's actually piloting the caravan.
Okay.
Caden like has looked through Summer's notepad and is like, looked through Demos's thing and shared it with the group. And what did? Oh, Caden doesn't say anything. He just like hands her the notepad.
I'm actually kind of curious if he tried to break any of Summer's code that she writes in.
Yeah. For fun. What do I do? Did I have to roll? What do I do?
To what? Mess up the code?
No, to break it. Break Summer's little...
Summer's isn't as in-depth as Caden's would be, I don't think. I mean, it's significant because she developed it when she was a kid. Like, it's been going for a while. But it does mostly rely on the fact that most people can't speak Penumbran.
Make a investigation check. Question, can Caden speak and read Penumbran?
Yes, he can.
Yeah.
Should I contest it? Or...
It's not a contest. If you're saying yours is less than Caden's, I'm just going to have a similar rolls out of rolls situation, but just a less number. So they won't get it right away. They still have to tackle it.
Do I get anything for being a linguist and this literally being my jam?
I'll give you advantage on this investigation check.
Awesome. Okay. 18?
Cool. Noted. You feel like you make some headway. You immediately sort of understand the basic principles of this code, but in such a short period of time as morning, cleaning up camp, looking through a notebook, you feel you would need more time to truly crack it. But you make progress. Nonetheless.
Yeah, Caden's just, looking at this and writing some stuff down. He's being pretty quiet right now.
Aslam kind of looks at you, Caden, as you're writing and goes, will that fortress you made just go away by itself, or you have to do something?
Yes. To both.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of which, Caden's not feeling very well. Are you familiar with what sort of...
It's related to Remarut, I'd imagine. It is a condition.
You bite your tongue, sir.
He bites his tongue very softly. Anyway.
Dear.
I presume you have some means to help with this?
Well, we have a sleeping drought, and he could go to sleep.
Ah, yes, for like a very short period of time, but still get the benefits. I see.
Yes. But,
Alright. Have him drink it. I'll carry him on my back, so we don't have to wait that long.
Oh, you want me to have him drink it?
Do you want me to
He
have him
won't
drink
want
it?
to drink it.
Oh, he doesn't want to drink it?
No, he won't want to, yeah.
I see. He pauses for a moment.
I could just try to lie. I mean, I could just, put it in something else and lie. Yeah, that's right.
Aslam immediately looks at Escale when you say that. Are you sure you should be the one to lie?
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. But I am going to help with this. I put it in. I make some coffee, and I put it in the coffee, and I give it to Escale, and I say, "Tell Caden to down this, please," and lie. Very good.
Okay. He just kind of stares on the ground for a second. Okay.
Sure, Escale doesn't.
Are you going to help?
Sure, I will help. Caden, do you want some coffee? Yeah, I made coffee.
Oh, sure. Sorry, I'm having a very engaging conversation with Rupert about firefly reproduction.
And I know how
Oh my
you
God.
can go on about firefly reproduction, but you gotta be energized for a conversation like that.
Yeah, Escale? You're gonna add on. Say.
I was just going to ask where you at with the Firefly conversation.
Oh, right now we're talking about, the surprising rate of cannibalization with fireflies. Most people don't know that those insects are meat eaters.
Mm-hmm. He really can go on for quite some time.
I'm
But
gonna
Yeah, go ahead,
grab the
Escale.
coffee and slowly hand it over. Be like, right, okay.
Escale, make the deception check as you are the one
It's-
handing the coffee with advantage. I'm being like, this is coffee, here you go. And then
Okay.
make a deception check with advantage.
to be fair, it is coffee.
Yeah.
Just a
21.
little extra mixed in. What was that?
21.
Caden, make an insight check. Because of your condition, at disadvantage.
I was gonna actually ask, because Caden's a little suspicious of Escale right now.
Mhm.
He naturally has his guard up with anything.
Yeah, but with disadvantage because of your current state.
It's also theoretically Summer that made the coffee.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, just with disadvantage insight, you ought to beat a 21 with disadvantage.
I rolled a 17, so no.
Yeah. So take a sip of the coffee and you clock out.
So, does somebody make sure I don't spill it all over myself?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. I don't want burns.
Wow. Well, that's pretty effective.
I forget how long that is, actually. I want to say it's like an hour instead. Cool.
I think it's 90 minutes. I think we talked about how it's just one sleep cycle because Caden has to dream.
That's right. It's 90 minutes. You're right. Anywho.
Do I re-roll?
Yeah, you would re-roll once you wake. There's still some time before that
Fail
happens.
again. Fail
No.
again.
Exactly what Caden does with what you wasting his stuff.
Aslam picks up Caden, puts him on
He's
his
real
shoulder.
light.
Yeah.
He's real light. He's very gangly and long, so it's a bit awkward, but he real light.
Adra shows up and says, well, for all intents and purposes, with those lizard folk gone, other than the occasional beast, maybe, who would try to attack our group, we should be pretty safe for today. Maverick knocks on a nearby tree.
Yeah, I was about to say.
um,
Yeah, Summer just glances at Maverick like, oh gosh.
but yeah, with everything packed away, Aslam would encourage a continuation of travel. He says,
So Aslam doesn't follow up at all with the lovers conversation.
well, you tried and you walked off.
I did. I mean, I didn't, but I think like I didn't. Eventually, I had to figure out Caden stuff, but
But no, you guys begin walking. Aslam does say, however, he says, I had some intention of starting our soul talent lessons this morning, but we might have to wait, as he lifts Caden on his shoulder. And then he follows up as he begins to walk. He says, me and Summer in the front, Maverick Escale in the back, and that should serve us as well. We actually have a very small group now.
All right.
okay, yeah. Oh,
I was about to say Caden in the middle, but give me
well,
something.
yeah.
Caden.
I think Summer like doesn't really like on principle doesn't want to like just like do what he says, but does actually kind of want to keep an eye on Caden.
Thanks.
Oh, I take his hat.
Rupert is just licking the unconscious face of Caden.
Yeah,
His animal.
I take his hat.
Good.
Nice.
Partly utility, so it doesn't fall off. But
Maverick kind of looks over at you, Scale, and goes, so how come you aren't able to sleep? Or not, yeah, why do you not sleep? As you guys begin walking, Maverick asks this of you, Scale.
I don't know.
He's gonna roll
I
inside on
died.
that.
And
Oh,
I'm back, and I'm guessing it has something to do with that.
he nods, he believes you. He goes, huh. Interesting. Well, in which case, the skills I've acquired probably would not be of much use to you. You already have that as a buff, I suppose. Or as a curse, maybe?
is Matt cutting out for anybody else, or is it just me?
Am I cutting out?
No.
Oh, okay, that's just me. All right.
Got you. Okay. I'll try to speak a little closer, maybe a bit more clearly. Nonetheless.
It might be me.
Yeah. Yeah. He just sort of nods and goes, is this a condition you want to fix, or...
I mean, I don't think it's a problem.
He
I
nods.
think if I wanted to, I could stay asleep, but like, I don't know, we're in some freaking forest. I don't know why it's sleep. We're in a forest.
That is a good point.
A little suspicious out here.
Yeah. I would agree. Especially as we get closer to our destination, I'm sure things will get weird.
Yeah, probably. Got a lot of weird stuff going on, and it'll be weird.
Mm-hmm. True enough. Any particular reason you chose the path of licensed adventure?
I was told to.
He kind of looks at his own patron blade and says, I might be able to relate to that to a degree.
You had. Do I recognize that that's the relationship there
Yeah, he has a
that
patron.
he seems to have?
Yeah.
You have a patron?
Yes, though likely very different from yours. Mine is an angel.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a celestial.
it seems fancy.
Yeah, to a degree.
Admittedly, you're not really the celestial looking type.
Well, you'd be surprised how violent celestials can be. I've basically been tasked to righteously assassinate certain enemies by my patron.
Okay, yeah, that sounds intense.
A little bit. But it comes with both benefits as he messes with the dial on his sword and you see it changes to something almost looking draconic in some nature. Things of that sort.
Huh.
And he sort of elaborates to you about it, that each setting does additional damage to different creature types, different types of beings.
And it's pretty intense.
Indeed. But useful.
Well, sure.
Well, my relationship with my trait patron is more of a business relationship, as many are, let's be fair. I sometimes am envious of those clerics and paladins who have a more intimate relationship with their source of power.
Oh, kind of got something going on there.
Oh?
Do you?
No, not particularly.
Oh, okay.
But nonetheless, and he continues that conversation as you walk about patrons and sort of relating to you in that way. Well, how much do you divulge in that conversation about your own relationship with your patron? In what way?
The things I understand well, that I understand are like acceptable for sure. I relay the things I'm still questioning about. I don't really get into.
Yeah. He nods and he sort of is like, interesting. I would say, at least from what little you've told me, it seems your patron has currently your interest at heart. Perhaps not at the very core, as most patron deals happen because, well, they want something. But that's not always bad.
Okay.
And he just goes, if you ever have questions about patron dealings, I'm of the belief that dealing with a patron is supposed to be two ways. Which means either side could cut the deal at any time. Now, I don't know what the repercussions for, as he kind of looks at your undead-looking self. I don't know what the consequences of that deal would be, but
Right.
for me, it'd just be I'd lose the ability to cast some of the spells I can, and this blade would just become a regular old blade.
Okay. Cool.
And you could take a couple levels and something else.
All right. Well, yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I just got this book.
Oh, yes.
Do you have a book?
I do not actually have a book, no. This blade's
Oh.
kind of my equivalent of your book, we could say.
Okay.
Whereas you were gifted a book, I was gifted this blade. A hex blade, as it were.
All right.
Yeah.
That's kind of a weird name, but okay.
Yeah, it is a little bit. But... So, as that continues, Summer and Aslam in the front, Aslam leans over and says, so the lovers, what brought him up?
Like 5 seconds ago, you didn't know who that was.
Oh, the lovers is not, as far as I'm aware, one of the court.
Who do you think is?
I believe it to be the Emperor, to be precise.
Yeah, that actually makes more sense.
Of the tarot, that is. How my relation to the lovers is a bit more personal in a weird way.
Personal.
Well, I was meant to share this as a campsite story, so I'll just give you the TLDR for now.
Too long didn't listen.
Yeah. He goes, the lovers used to belong to a group I was a part of, long ago. A group known as the Neo Adventurers. And he was a trusted ally of one of the leaders of that organization. However, when that organization was rightfully felled, he managed to get off in the legal system. And eventually worked his way to becoming a member of the Tarot. I don't like him because, despite the fact he got off scot-free, legally, he still has shown private interest in things like the Dark Continent. And so, similar to you and your dislike of that place, I dislike him as well.
Do I know what the Neo Adventurers are?
Make a history check. See if you do. They're a relatively secret thing, but they were also so historically important that it's hard to keep secret.
History's pretty good for me. +6. That's a 24.
Very good. You are aware, but the details are really hidden. Because when the Neo Adventures ended up being fallen, it was agreed upon by the nations to protect those who might have been part of it out of fear, or part of it out of some form of obligation. To hide those who were part of it from public eye. Some were convicted in legal systems in different nations and sentenced to prison or execution, but many of them ended up being acquitted, right? Ended up being deemed innocent.
What was their, platform? What did they think and want and try to do?
The public notion of what they wanted was they wanted to destroy... They wanted complete stereotypical anarchy, right? They wanted the kingdoms to be eradicated and for everyone to be out for themselves, those they cared about only, and for the strong, right, the adventurers, right, to be the ones to lead the path, basically.
Is it common knowledge that Aslam was a part of them?
It is common knowledge that Aslam, alongside others, were the ones who stopped them. Not common knowledge he was a part of them.
Okay, so this is news.
Yes. Yeah.
You were part of the Neo Adventures?
Of course you would know about them. Doesn't seem they do a good job of keeping that hidden. But probably for the best. He just sort of says, I was. You could say I was part of them when their mission statement was different. Now, of course, I don't agree with that original mission statement anymore either, but at the time I did. I'll get into it more later tonight when perhaps Caden is awake. It might be worth noting. But point is that organization is long gone, but there are remnants still pursuing their ends. And the lover is probably the one with the most political power at the moment. And he kind of looks over at you, almost like he's thinking of something to say, and he goes, I am aware that the lover has been funneling funds to weird places.
What kinds of places?
He's making an insight check, but I know you don't know. He kind of looks at you. Gather, yeah, he's just looking at you. He might have been fishing for a different response. He just sort of goes, genuinely unsure. But I suspect Caden might know.
Uh-oh.
Or at least have known someone who would have known. I guess I can't attest to if Caden would or not.
Does that have to do with magic apocalypses?
Well, it would have to do with a dark continent more than likely, which means yes. That's not important. Why did you bring up the lovers?
Let me roll for a second and see how dumb she's gonna be right now. Okay. Well, I had this, dang. His insight is probably amazing. I don't know if I want to try to, okay, this is like, in character, Summer is thinking really hard, like,
Yeah.
visibly, like, steam coming out her ears, her brain is working so hard to try to figure out what she should, like, say and not say.
Yeah.
And, like, I think this is, like, part of her, like, she knows her insight isn't good, that's why she rolls it so often, right? Like, she is, like, totally not, she is, like, totally lost without, like, Demos, Caden, and Lest, like, to have, like, the wisdom guidance. I had a dream.
I presume a weird one.
Well, all dreams are weird, right?
Yeah, but most people are polite enough not to talk about regular old dreams.
Yes, well, I just don't really, encounter the tarot a lot. And so the idea that a normal dream would have one of them in it, that and they were with, I don't know, just somebody weird who we met, and they didn't seem normal for a dream for me either. So, I don't know, it lots of, like, I don't know, weird symbolism places, stuff from, like, old archaeology days. Yeah.
Well, could potentially be an omen. Bromvel is close to death. The king, that is.
Yeah.
So perhaps we will need to simply keep an ear out. Though, in all honesty, I do not personally have the means to help with that. Nor would I want to.
Well, I mean, most of what I studied in archaeology, it would have to do with the Great Old Ones in general, and I mean, you don't really think that somebody would be trying to resolve a political crisis with the Dark Continent or the Edge of All Things, right?
He kind of looks at you and says, yes, Dr. Gander and all of them, right? And he pauses for a moment and says, nonetheless, it's less that they'd use that as a tool and more that would be their goal to acquire political power. The Adventure Lords, mostly from my work, have strictly banned any attempts to go there. And there are certain political leaders that would like very much to have that ban lifted on them. You would not imagine the amount of governors and monarchs who come asking for me to allow them to have a voyage go for purely selfless needs, as he does like a quotation marks with one of his hands. And as you guys continue just sort of that conversation, I am gonna have...
Was there anybody in the dream I didn't recognize? Other than, well, okay, there's the wizard who seems stressed.
Yeah, which you did not recognize.
I think, like, as they're walking or on their first break, Summer's gonna try to sketch that person.
Yeah, sure. At some point during this walk, Kaden, you do awake. So go ahead and make a new roll.
Do I wake up on Aslam's back?
Yeah, basically. You're like slung over his shoulder. Shrek and Fiona style on Shrek 1, you know? Over his shoulder.
Alright, that one's fine.
Oh, hello.
Tim, like, wakes up, and
You would first
he's
see
like,
Maverick and Escale behind.
he, like, looks confused for a sec, and then he's like, wait, I'm not walking, and then he looks down, and he's like, oh, shit.
Summer's head pops comically into view.
Hi.
How are his eyes?
They're fine. He rolled a 16.
Hello. You're missing some riveting conversation. I was just regaling Aslam with the tale of a dream I had last night.
Well, I would love to get down, because I'm pretty sure this is not good for my back.
Aslam goes, I mean, it depends. He kind of lifts his shoulder and you feel your back pop a little bit.
Oh, thank you. This is really strange.
Yes, you're missing a lot of good bonding moments.
I've never had anyone carry me like this, and I don't know how I feel about it.
Really? Demos has it? He looks over behind his shoulder and goes, Eskel, has Demos ever lifted Kaden like this?
I don't
Yeah.
think so. I think he's pretty much just saved that for me a time or two.
That's
oh,
right.
no, there
yes.
was when
That would
he
make
was
sense.
dead. You just don't remember that because of how you were dead.
Demos wasn't there when I was dead.
Yeah, but I carried you when you were dead.
Oh. Like this? I'm taller than you.
Like a sack of flour? Yeah.
I'm sure that was entertaining.
Aslam kind of like looks at your biceps real quick, Summer.
Mostly sad, actually, when you think about it, because of how you were dead.
Aslam puts you down and says, would you like to be the middle of the pack, Kaden?
Probably a smart idea.
And as you guys continue to walk, there is a point where it is decided to stop for lunch, for a quick little grab to eat.
You could also feel free to talk about that stuff that you thought I wouldn't know anything about, but Caden would, and then we could, compare notes.
Excuse me?
Aslam sighs, and Aslam goes, I was merely talking about how one of the tarot I am aware of has been funneling money, including funneling money into a certain wizard in Remerut a ways back.
Caden gives Aslam a look like, shut up. Shut up? Shut up.
Summer gives Caden a look like, what?
And Eskel, you were going to say something?
A puzzled look on his face, and he asks Aslan, what purpose is there in shoving money through a funnel?
I'm giving Aslam the death glare.
Aslam ignores all the glares happening and just looks at Eskel and goes, oh, well, it's not a literal funnel, though I suppose it could be. It's simply shifting money to places that they aren't supposed to, or lying about where the money's going. Situation.
Stealing.
Yes, for all intents and purposes, yeah.
Okay. Why not just call that?
People and their big fancy words. Also, your mic is a little weird right now, Josh. Not in like a cracky sense, but in like a sense, maybe.
Yes.
But
Hey, Matt.
yes.
Clarification. Wait,
Got you.
I'm gonna message it to you.
Sure. But as camp is getting set up, Aslam does say, now we can actually get underway with teaching you a thing or two about soul talents. Though Demos kind of got a head start last night.
Okay, I have a hunch, but I don't know if it's going to be true. And I think the best way to do it is this exact thing. To Caden, but loud enough for everyone to hear, I say in Penumbran. I think someone is rebuilding a ship to go to the Dark Continent.
Ooh.
So in Penumbra, this is said.
Caden just eyes widen, and then he uses his telepathic thing and goes, uh-huh.
Does Escale know Penumbran? Is that...
Escale does not, but as you say this, you hear a voice in your head, Escale, translate for you.
Oh.
Your friend, your patron friend.
Does either
I thought it
Aslam
was
or
because
Maverick
I don't
react?
comprehend languages.
Comprehend languages helps you with written word, not with spoken, I believe. I think that's tongues that helps you with spoken word.
Tongues allows
I think
you to
comprehend
speak it.
languages can do spoken.
Comprehend language allows you to read and understand it, but you cannot speak it.
Okay,
Got
so you
Tongues
can
allows
understand
you
it,
to
though.
speak it.
Okay, yeah, there
Okay.
you go then. So yeah, you could understand it with comprehend
But
languages.
do
nonetheless.
Aslam or Maverick react? Either like they understand or like they recognize the language, even if they don't understand
Maverick
it.
reacts in the way that he recognizes the language, but more so he reacts in the way like you would when you're in public and somebody starts speaking in another language and you're just kind of like, okay, I'm being left out. You know what I mean? Like sort of like, oh, okay, I don't know what's being said anymore.
What about Aslam?
Aslam does not react at all. He's setting up mats for meditation.
It's just, here's the thing. We only know 3 people. I mean, there aren't a lot of people who can even read this language. Until it's a dead language, right? Like, when Bourbon, Caden, and Summer talked to each other in it, it was incredibly wild because the idea that you would be able to just, like, all speak with the exact correct pronunciation and grammar a dead language, right? Means that we have access to this language in a way that, like, shouldn't be academically possible. Right? This is like, I'm fishing for reveals here a little bit.
None are being given.
Okay.
But nonetheless, yeah, go ahead.
Did you see what I sent you?
Oh, did you send it via phone?
No, I sent it via book talking.
I got you. I understand that.
Okay. Cool. Is this one of the people Caden's trying to keep an eye on? Like, is this one of the people Caden is aware of?
I would say not a name. But you are aware of a group, mostly
He
consisting
knew,
of wizards.
like, 4 researchers who he had to be on the lookout for.
This is
is
not
this-
one of those 4, no.
Got it. Interesting.
I'm gonna share this sketch of this wizard with Aslam. See if he knows who he is.
He looks and he goes, is there a name attached to this person?
No. Didn't give one.
Fair enough. I do not have any clue who that would be then. There's a lot of... Is this gonna sound bad? It might sound bad. A lot of wizards look the same.
Yeah, fair. I showed it to Caden.
Caden, you recognize.
I figured. This one of the 4.
Yep.
God
This
fucking
is-
damn it.
It's relevant information.
Perhaps.
This is one of... Yeah, this is one of those times when I say I don't have a spell that reads your mind, but I would be largely and incredibly upset if you didn't tell the truth.
I may know that person. Not personally, but I know of them.
Maverick walks by and goes, do you want him dead?
I don't think so. Oh, I don't know.
Well, if you do, just let me know.
Caden just nods. Can we back up a sec? Hold on. I look at Summer and I go, we're gonna talk about where you got the idea that someone's building a boat.
Telepathically, you say that, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I look back at Aslam and I say in his head, you utter fool. I'm going to end you later.
He says, you could always pay Maverick to do so. He responds in your head.
You and I both know I have no money.
Very true.
Do I know about your telepathic communications?
Yes, I have done it to you before, I am pretty sure, and I have brought it up.
Okay.
You've done it too.
Do I pick up on the fact that he is just talking to people?
Make
without
a perception
talking?
check, I'd say.
Okay.
I will say Caden's not hiding it. He like
Yeah, in which
looks at
case
the
you won't have to roll
person
very high.
and like does expressions with his eyes. Like it's very much like
Yeah, no, he looks like he's trying to squish Aslam's head with his mind.
mm-hmm.
I don't actually. Summer doesn't know the significance of this, but it does make her a little bit happy that Caden is upset about something.
19.
19? Yeah, you notice. These telepathic communications are happening.
You see a little frown on Eskiel's face.
So, was there
Oh.
more than one wizard in Remarut, or does that mean that the lovers was channeling money to,
Aslam says, as far as I'm aware, he has been
I am
funneling
aware-
money to many places. He is,
Caden's trying to talk over him.
yeah.
I am not aware of too many wizards in Bremerut. As for the people who lived above the canyon, it is quite possible that there were several practitioners of the arcane arts up there. As for below the cavern, my master and I made poultry magical items and sold them in our shop.
Anyway,
Yeah.
says Aslam. There will be time for that later, I am sure. We have a lot of walking to do.
My mentor and I got lost in the jungle.
You
Eskiel
guys have
died.
mentors.
Zombieland.
Okay. Seems a
Aslam,
bit rude.
yeah,
My
Aslam
first
just goes,
girlfriend turned into the moon.
That's
point
rough,
being.
buddy.
Yeah, that's right.
Oof.
Oof. Sorry about that. Aslam goes, wait. Was she cheating on me? Sorry. But he set out all these mats here, and he goes, he sits down, crisscross applesauce on one of them, and says, would you care to join me? It's set up very much like a yoga or meditation class right now, with like little pieces of fabric laid out for people to sit on.
I think Summer has visibly warmed up to Aslam as he has irritated Caden.
Fucking pissed.
This makes her.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
yeah.
this was not fully intentional. As far as you're aware, Aslam was just like, yeah, this guy's been funneling money to weird
Yeah, but that's
places.
the best part.
And he did say may. He has no idea if you actually know or not, Kate. And he's like, may know? I don't know.
Yes, but the issue is like also like how like the death glare of like. Yes.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Exactly.
Does kind of confirm it, yeah. He's like,
Yeah,
oh, okay.
you don't death glare at people who have said something that's irrelevant to you.
But nonetheless, he sits down and says, who joins him first? I suppose, sitting crisscross.
Is Maverick? I think I checked with Maverick. Is keeping watch.
Eskiel sits down. Maverick's just sort of standing by. He's not meditating or anything. He's just standing by,
But he'll
watching the
keep-
path. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
watching the path.
Okay, yeah, then I'll sit.
Sit also, but I don't sit next to Aslam.
Cool. Yeah, it's set up more like Aslam sitting
Oh, I
facing
saw
all of
Caden's
you,
hat.
and then it's a row. It's 3 blankets in front of him that you guys can sit facing him.
I just wanted to make that very clear. I saw Kitten's hat.
Of course.
Yeah, Caden's dealing with our shit. He's not dealing with that right now.
Aslam closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and says, well, I have told you before in some detail the works of, I guess one could say, soul talent, as we call it. Now, soul talent is generally speaking broken off into 2 categories. There are the soul talent trees, which are very basic, rudimentary parts of the function. There is some variety. Of course, I will mostly be teaching you the big 5, as it were, of them. However, in your meditation, you might discover one of the nicher trees. As you progress, you will be able to progress in these trees of skill. Maverick, for example, went all in on one of the big five, known as the calming talent tree. Thus, his ability to require less rest, to be very sneaky, and all that kind of thing. And generally speaking, his calm demeanor. I, though, struggle with soul talents, to be honest. I have one level in the young talent tree, which mostly deals with self-healing and the prevention of aging. And one in the intimidation tree, which deals mostly with broader skills in persuasion and intimidation. But there are many more. The big five I will refer to you is there is the young talent tree, as I discussed before, self-healing, self-replenishing, a prevention of age. There's the curiosity tree, which deals mostly with sorry, I'm actually having to pull it up because I don't necessarily remember all of them. There's the curiosity talent tree, which deals mostly with sensing things around you, noticing things around you.
Can it deal with like abstract ideas or pure? Sorry, I interrupted.
It's only as limited as one's own personhood, really. You're really, what you're doing is focusing on what you are doing, at least when it comes to the trees, is you're focusing on one aspect of yourself and cultivating it. You might be a naturally curious person. You might be a naturally strong fighter. You might have a spirit that doesn't like to run away from combat, or things of that nature. But there's many niche kinds as well that you may discover on your own or find on your own there as you meditate. Basically what I'm saying in game, as I'm only telling you the big five that I gave originally, but in a meta sense, feel free to choose a variety. But nonetheless, there's youthful talent, there's curious talent, calming talent, as I discussed before, reduced rest time, and increased sneakiness. Mostly because you're so calm that you don't really produce much ripples or sound or anything. There's the fighting talent tree, which increases your ability to not be hit and to hit. And then there's the intimidating talent tree, which, as said before, deals with intimidation, persuasion, and one's presence.
I'm making blades of grass between my thumbs, like make noise.
Now these are broad and are fairly universal. You're not going to see much variation in the tree, one calming talent tree person and another. But then there's something that can be much more unique. And that is when you delve deeper than just the tree, you get into the other category, that being soul talent paragons. These are unique abilities, such as the ones Maverick had explained earlier on our trip. His clock in his eye is able to banish people without a saving throw, things of that nature. These are things that are a bit deeper, a bit more focused in on a very set part of yourself. Maybe it's based off a fear of yours, based off a desire of yours, based off an experience you've had. But it's nonetheless... I love the sound of papers, mostly because I imagine they're actually papers being taken out right now.
Oh, Caden, absolutely.
Yeah, but Aslam continues and says, however, don't get it mixed up. If you are not the creative type, there are a variety of what are known as basic soul talent paragons that are used all around. Some teachers actually prioritize these. There's things like, I think Maverick has one. There's an improved critical. You can crit at a slightly lower roll. And the basic soul talent paragons are basically just ones that are common, that multiple people know. But that's mostly when you don't feel the urge to be creative.
Maybe you do.
If you do, then the ability is limited to your imagination and potential. At the level you guys are at right now, you're going to be able to go one level into a tree. You're going to be able to acquire a simple soul talent paragon. And you see his mane hair begin to flow. such as mine. Now, in
So that
terms of...
didn't like happen to you. You like picked that.
I picked it, yes. Well, insofar as one picks themselves. But nonetheless, at a base, this ability will be at about the level of an Eldritch Blast, a cantrip, basically. However, if you were to apply conditions, you could potentially raise the level of potential. It's important to note, by conditions, I don't necessarily mean they have to be negative conditions, like, I cut off my hand, I'm able to do something. That doesn't have to be purely
Ow.
negative. It can be something like, when the moon is full, when the moon is visible, I can use this. Or it boosts the power, or whatever. Conditions are just a way to increase the level of potential on any given soul talent paragon. They're not necessary, but if you wish to go above and beyond what the base is, they are. So, at the current point, you're going to be able to acquire a cantrip level ability or higher if you come up with some conditions. Of course, there are 5 levels total you can get in soul talents. With each level, you'll be able to go a level into a soul talent tree and acquire a new paragon. Once you get your 2nd level in the soul talents, you'll be able to acquire something at a base of 3rd level, but of course with conditions it can get higher. Then with the 3rd one, 5th level, 4th, 7th level, 5, 9th level. So things will grow over time.
So what do we do?
Well, it's self-exploration. It is a sort of meditation where you simply listen to your own spirit doing what it does. Not judging it, or anything of that sort. Simply observing.
Huh.
And with this, he begins to guide you in closing your eyes and breathing. I would like each of you to make a wisdom check with advantage as you're being guided.
To say wisdom check or saving throw?
Check with advantage as you're being guided.
Okay.
19.
19, very good.
$22.
Very good.
Okay, I rolled an 8 twice.
8 total.
Nice.
Yeah, 8.
Caden,
Summer hates this.
that's probably why you rolled low.
Yeah, I was actually I was like, it's gonna be weird if I roll high.
Yeah, Caden, you are the first to really get a hang of this. As you're breathing, you begin to feel aspects of yourself that you just chopped up to personality or just another thing that everyone has. And just to feel very personal and intimate to you. The kind of jokes you laugh at, the kind of coffee you like. All of these things become personal and beautiful to you as you reflect on them and are not judgmental of them. The kind of things you're scared of, the kind of things you maybe are embarrassed about, all kind of become part of that. And as you do, you feel your eyes open. But as they open, you do not see the normal space around you. But instead, you see you sitting across from you. Except this version of you's eyes is wild. They seem out of place, a little wacky, to say the least. And they are unblinking, looking at you. In terms of their dress, they are dressed very nobly, as if you were living on the upper levels of Remerud, as if you were a well-respected academic. There's an inherent contradiction in the version of you see before you. Wild eyes, yet dressed as if noble. It's about high ranking academically. And some of the scars you've received from being an adventurer already, from the wounds that have remained, are nowhere to be seen. Not just because of clothing, but you almost get the idea that this person has not had to deal with combat you might have had to deal with in recent time.
You and I both know we can't afford those clothes where you get them.
Sort of looks at you, and as you say that, the clothes shift to match the clothes you are currently wearing.
Does he have the hat on?
He does.
Okay.
And you notice... Yeah, go ahead.
Caden doesn't know what to do about this. Like, Caden's seen some weird shit, so he's just kind of sitting.
As the clothes shift to match yours, the person seems to almost shift closer to you. Not like physically, but like, you know, magically zooms a little closer to you.
Do I talk?
It seems to mirror your talking, so it repeats what you say. Do you talk?
Mm. Can I stand up?
Yeah, you stand up. And it stands up as well.
I'd like to take a step back.
As you take a step back, it does as well, and yet it doesn't seem to move. It's still as close to you as it was before, but it does take a step back.
So no distance is put between
No distance
us.
is put between, yeah.
I'd like to reach to the side of it.
Like reach the side of it, it reaches as well towards you. Sort of
I don't
mirrored.
want to touch it, but I'd like to be like in the same like plane as it. You know what I'm saying?
As you do, you notice the eyes are sort of locking, and you manage to be in the same plane as it. There's no preventing you from doing so. It just reaches over same side as you. But as your eyes get closer, see the reflection of your own eyes in it, and you notice how its eyes look much different from yours at the moment.
Yeah, probably. Does it have? I try to pull out my book. Does it have a book?
It does.
I open it so I can view it in the mirror version of me.
As you are doing this, your Aslan's voice in your head say, "There is no set thing you need do. There are many ways to accomplish this. All you need do is find a way to not be a viewer of your own story. Not to be in third person. Not to be in third person, but in first person."
Are the words on the book the same as mine?
They are. Certainly, with some exceptions. It seems much more organized, perhaps. There's no penumbrin in it, of which you can see. It seems much more like how they looked earlier. Very academic.
Aiden doesn't like this. He doesn't like what Aslan's saying.
As
'Cause
you
it's very much
say
against the
that,
way
it
he
looks like
thinks.
the other person also looks uncomfortable with the situation. The other version of you. And as
What do
you
you
both
mean
share that
first person?
feeling of uncomfort, you draw near.
Is Rupert? Can I get Rupert there?
Rupert is there and is mirrored with the other person as well.
I want to have my Rupert, fly over on the other Caden's shoulder.
There, Rupert flies over to yours, and the other Caden seems to laugh a bit and kind of says, "Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this either."
This kind of sucks.
Yeah. And as you both say that, you draw closer.
I think I know it's supposed to happen, but I kind of like fighting it because it's fun.
It is, isn't it? You draw closer.
This also feels threatening.
They kind of shrug and say, well, we are kind of scary. In like a fun way.
I mean, sure, why not? We'll figure it out.
You see the other version of you
I
hold
reach out to
Yeah, go ahead.
handshake.
Wow, on the same page. As you guys shake hands, person zooms right into you. Almost like right into your space. And as you do,
Like,
your eyes open.
does like a and coughs.
And
like he
the
got
world around you
punched.
returns to somewhat normal, but you see in your chest, like as you look down, a sort of small flame, purplish in color, with hints of a sort of a black spark, that seems to seep into your chest, and you feel a sense of warmth and a sense of contentment for about a brief moment, or not contentment, but you don't feel. There are moments in life where one is too much in their own head, or too much sort of out of their own head, even. And you feel very much in your body, in yourself. You're in it. And you're loving
cool.
it. And you feel you have made some form of progress on whatever Aslan was guiding you all
Can
on.
we see each other's? Like, can Summer see this?
No, you just see Caden reel back and look down.
He coughs. He's like,
Are you okay?
yeah.
As Summer is concerned for Caden, Eskel, you are focused on the meditation.
Mhm.
And as you drift further and further, you begin to feel the memories of pulling on a wagon, driving down a road. Memories of the smells and sights. And as you reflect on these traces of memory, as you open your eyes, you see a version of yourself before you, not frail and undead, but perhaps relatively plump and well-fed, wearing sort of traveler's clothes. Wow, that was dramatic. Wearing some sort of traveler's clothes. And yeah, we'll go with this. And it seems familiar to you. But it sits across from you, looking at you, seems to mirror you in some way.
Okay. This is weird.
The Eskel in front of you says, "This is weird." Or "This is weird," your accent or whatever.
Right.
Can't do it very right, yeah.
Lean to the side.
It leans to the side but mirrored, right? So
Okay. Can I stand up?
you certainly can.
I want to turn around,
You turn around and you can no longer see it.
and I walk forward like 5 feet and turn back around.
No distance has been made between you two.
Okay. I'll walk back 5 feet forward that I equivalently walked.
Like back to place.
Yeah.
Yeah, no distance is gained or lost.
Hmm. Who are you?
Could ask you the same thing.
That wouldn't be very helpful.
My name's Eskel.
Where are you?
He looks around for a moment. He goes, and as he does, you see the area around you begin to look like the place you are currently meditating.
We go back.
It feels less like you're going back and more like it's still in this weird space because it seems a little off.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just sort of recognizing, oh, we're here. And the other Eskiel seems to gesture like, I guess we're here.
Where did you go?
As you say this, the other Eskiel seems confused and goes, there was the trail. Just a regular trip.
What happened?
Kind of looks up at you with a sense of confusion. What happened? Like as if asking you the same question.
I'm gonna pull out from, I think I have in my backpack, the packet of information about my family.
Mm-hmm.
Is it mirrored?
He reaches in his bag but is unable to pull anything out. This is not mirrored.
Do you want this?
He reaches and grabs it and is reading it. Says, this is all stuff I know. Where I'm from. My parents. My line of work. Even a award I earned in my town back when I was a kid. For a fun game.
Yeah. Huh.
Hands it back to you. He's like, do you know?
No. I don't.
Forgotten or lost?
I don't know.
As you guys are sharing this conversation, you do notice drawing closer.
How long do we have?
Eskiel ponders for a moment and goes, I thought I had more time.
Yeah. Gonna sit back down.
He sits down as well and goes, you've been to Resort Dawn? Funny. I had wanted to retire there someday.
Really?
Yeah, it's a nice place.
I don't think it's too bad. I might get in some trouble if we go back there too much.
That is unfortunate. And you draw closer. You seem tired.
Yeah. Always tired.
Yeah. Well, I only ever got tired because of work, and I only had to work because that's how I could, live. Day by day. Simple life.
Do we have any friends?
Simply do. Some have moved, some have stuck around. But, plenty of friends where I work, and had some roommates a while back. Finally made enough money to have a place of my own, though. And he kind of looks at you for a moment and goes, thought I'd get married at some point.
Yeah. I did too.
And you draw closer still. Well, I guess they say there's no such thing as never.
Yeah. Supposed to never say never,
And
but seems weird.
it's weirdly comforting to think that that's true even for death. And as he says death, that does echo a little bit.
Show me you dead.
As he does, you see him, his eyes go wide for a moment. And you see a flash, no longer in this vision, but on a path familiar to you, with a cart. Two reddish eldritch blast come from nowhere and hit the two mercenaries that were supposed to protect your cart. They get up and a battle ensues around you. You're simply hiding in the cart, holding a weapon in your hand. As the tarp is lifted from the cart you were hiding under, a glow is near your right hand. Or near your left hand, rather. And as your weapon is taken out of your hands, you reach for the closest thing to you. And you feel a rush of warmth in your chest as a spear is plunged into it. And then you hear screams. A sound of that you're familiar with of quickly growing crystal fills your ears. And as you awake from this vision, you see a opposite side of you covered in dirt. Version of you now, or fresh out of the ground. And he sighs and says, perhaps there's time still? Like as a question, as a hopeful question. To do what we wanted?
Did the red look familiar?
The Eldritch Blasts that hit were replicable to what you have now. That hit the mercenaries.
However it impacts us, there's like a swell of anger that rises up. I imagine in the same place where the warmth of the spear was.
Yeah. And as you see the face of the other guy look angry too, he says, we'll get our time back. Right? And he goes for like a fist bump.
Yes.
As you do, he enters you. As you look down, you see a spark of a flame. You expect to be red in a weird way. But instead, it's a warm brown, like a wooden home, with sparks of a light orange. Very homey. And it seeps into your chest. You feel you've made progress on whatever this is.
Okay.
Summer. You continue to meditate and are too focused on kind of the visceral reactions people around you are having. And there's a moment where Aslam looks to you and says, another time.
Sure.
And he nods and says, that should do for now. We should probably get back on the road. Sometimes it's hard to focus. And especially after you've had weird dreams, for certain. Yeah.
Who had weird dreams? I didn't have any weird dreams.
Well, I didn't. And he just sort of doesn't acknowledge anything and picks up some of the mats and... Well, no, he just hands out food because it's lunch. But
Who had weird dreams?
I told you I had weird dreams.
Oh. What were they about?
Are you okay?
You just told me something about boat. You didn't tell me anything else.
Okay, does Caden look okay though?
Yeah, Caden's fine.
Okay. Sorry, my cat just came. I'm also dealing with the cat.
I heard the purring and it made me very happy.
Yes, she's being very cute and very annoying and in my way. Yeah. I mean, I could tell you more if you want. In what venue should I do this?
How do you want to do it?
Oh my word. Anyway, in all that time when I definitely couldn't meditate and was definitely doing other things, how many blades of grass did I get to sing?
I'll get to grab. Sorry, I may not be aware of what this means. Grass
No,
blades
you put a blade of grass between your thumbs, and then you can blow through your thumbs and get it to
make a sound.
make a noise.
You
Or
were able to do that.
between your fingers.
Yeah,
Anyway. Well, I mean, this is I think what Summer is giving Caden the chance to do, right, is establish that telepathic link so that it's not in front of Aslam. But if Caden's not going to do it, I'm just going to go for it.
No, Caden's asking you how would you like to have this conversation? Would you like to have it out loud, or would you like...
It's Caden who, when I originally asked the question, Caden switched to telepathic, so...
Caden just goes telepathic.
Okay. I might just say, remember that guy, Bourbon?
Yes.
Okay, well, I scryed on him last night.
The fuck?
Yeah, well, while you were busy being in a cage.
Yes.
And he's, on a boat. I think. They mentioned a voyage and it being a boat. Actually, they mentioned which boat, which I would definitely know. I think it's the Noah.
Yeah, it's the
right? The Noah. Yeah, he's on the Noah. And a bunch of people are rebuilding it. And then I also have reason to think that he is connected to people who want to get to the Dark Continent or, research it or something. One of whom I believe you may know, actually, apparently. Yeah, that's a going concern, and I think he is in league somehow with the lovers.
Okay, quick question.
Yeah.
You said you had reason to believe. What is that reason?
Well, I had a very strange dream.
Oh,
that was
okay.
definitely not normal. Not a spell. And in it, I saw people who I didn't know, which isn't normal for dreams. And listen, it was all...
No, I'm not questioning. I want all the details. That's really where I'm at.
Well, you're not getting all the details, because some of it was private, because it was my dream.
Yes.
But... Oh my gosh, what is my cat doing?
Rupert, stop it!
Alex, where are you?
I'm trying to have a serious conversation.
Oh my gosh, anywhere you get in, you can get out.
This is good life philosophy, to be fair.
Rupert.
Okay, come here. Go. Sorry.
No worries.
She hopped into my laundry basket and then couldn't hop out again.
Nice!
Whatever. Sorry. Well. Okay, I think this is one where. Listen, it was, I think everybody had something to do with the Yellow Man. Hence
Everyone in a dream?
Well, either with the Yellow Man or with me. I mean, like, it was... Like, all of us were there. Like, it was just, like, you know, the day. And, like, my old... Oh, this will be fun. And, like, my old mentor was there. And my mother. But Dr. Gander disappeared at one point because the darkness could eat people. Listen, it wasn't a good dream. But I am pretty sure that the newcomers are somehow affiliated, and because the Lovers isn't the tarot that Aslam thinks is in the Crimson King's Court, my guess would be a Yellow Man Association, given the whole actually going and the, like, to the edge bit. But anyway, so the Lovers was with Bourbon and a wizard who you've conveniently declined to tell me who it is. And the Lovers was apparently giving money to Isaiah, who was experimenting with something from the Dark Continent.
I don't know where you get that idea.
Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah. And I'm, like, really also going off of, like, I think this might be the first time that Summer has confirmed in a non-ironic way that she does in fact have some connection to the Yellow Man.
Yeah.
More than just, like, the excuse that she uses about getting lost. Yes, so anyway, I think they were all together, and also he's been getting money weird places, and okay, now I have to really... Okay, here we go. Here's how it works. Because I think, and Matt, you can stop me if you feel like this connection is too much to make. Because I don't even know if it's right. But the Navigators of Time that I scryed on, that I'm not telling anyone about, mentioned specifically a very tired wizard. Like a very tired wizard that helped, like, the Time Mage or something like that. Right?
That would be a bit of a jump, because the very tired wizard they were referencing was the guy at the exam. The wizard who helped this time leader was that guy.
Wait. The wizard who Sego?
Yeah, Sego. Is because he was, like, my greatest accomplishment. The wizard who helped whoever their current leader was Sego.
I thought the wizard is a different character, but, like, somehow
so
they are.
What you're
his greatest
mixing up
accomplishment.
is that the other people you scryed on, Bourbon and them, mentioned the tired wizard that was working with them. That's probably what you're getting mixed up.
Okay, different than the Time Mage.
Different than the Time Mage.
But Sego is the Time Mage.
Sego's not the Time Mage. He helped who is currently now the Time Mage.
But there is a Time Mage.
Yes, he was likely the leader of the Navigators of Time, yes. I know it's very confusing. To put it chronologically, you scryed on the Bourbon people. They mentioned the Tired Wizard, and then you got from that other conversation. They have a leader who's a Time Mage who was helped by Sego a while back.
Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, yeah. In that case, I think Summer has this inkling like, might all of these wizards be related somehow? Because just like a lot of wizards have come up recently, right? But she's gonna not say that. Okay, here's an important thing. In the dream, did Nasum ever walk? Who did Nasum walk with? Was he nearest to Summer? Did he ever walk with these newcomers?
He never walked with the newcomers. He was more on the edge of it all, of like the group, kind of by his lonesome. And before you lit a new torch, he would have probably been next after Dr. Gander to disappear in the shadow.
Okay. That's lovely that he's the one I saved with that action. Yeah, I mean, it works. It works thematically and in many ways, but anyway, yeah, so they were all together, and so I think Bourbon was on the boat, definitely, and was with the lovers, and there was also a shadow and this wizard.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
What was the boat out? Like, where was the boat?
I didn't see out of the boat. They were inside the boat. I think didn't you say I just sort of like know, like the Noah is a landmark,
The Noah
right?
is a well-known landmark. It is a gargantuan ship. It's huge because it housed like a nation's worth of people. That is
but
currently
wasn't it-
semi-sunk in
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's-
on the beachfront of Resort Dawn where it
Unless
landed.
somebody moved it, it's where it is. Like
Yes.
it's the Noah.
From the visions from the scrying you did, they seem to be discussing repairing it. That was exactly what they were talking about. Repairing it for a new voyage.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they're not actually building it; they're repairing it. But like,
It's a well-known landmark, yeah.
Oh, boy.
And it's
So that's
very
very
large.
hard.
It's like probably about the size of the city, like that big of a
And
ship.
I'm a little bit concerned, not gonna lie, because if the people who want to take a boat to the Dark Continent have somebody in political power who might be able to take over when the king dies, that could be, very bad for everyone.
No, I agree. Oh boy.
I'm taking a little bit of a risk telling you this. You're not gonna go, right?
No, I don't want to go. Oh boy. Oh fuck.
But hey, there is actually, it is occurring to me, just now, that there is one person who would be super invested in stopping this from happening.
Yeah, it's occurring
And
to
have
me
like the
too.
resources, maybe, to do it? Or maybe want to? I don't know.
Yeah, no, that for fucking sure.
As you say this, Adra hands you both sandwiches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Idra?
Adra's the kobold merchant you guys rescued and is currently
Oh,
traveling
okay.
with you. As he does this, he sort of turns around and goes, I tried that funky meditation thing you were teaching him, but I think it was a bunch of hooey.
I give him a fist bump.
He fist bumps you too.
Hidden looks stressed.
It's all superstition. Nothing compared to a good blaster at your side.
Fucking hell. Hidden looks very fucking stressed. He's like sitting there.
I think for the high passive insights in the group, Summer hasn't looked great all day. Summer doesn't look good at all. Summer is barely keeping it together, and then somebody was like, analyze your internal emotions, and she was like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
She was
Oh.
like, no, thank you. I will continue dissociating the way I always have. Please, thank you, and goodbye. In fact, I think so Demos had to have left us like some sort of like bag with the sleeping draughts in them.
Yeah.
Does it also have his liquor in it?
Probably has a little taste of liquor in it, yeah.
I take like a shot. Like, and like out in the open, like Summer just like finds a shot glass and just like takes a shot.
And goes, no! And tries to take it away from
I dexterously move it out of the way.
As you guys
You
are doing
probably
this
do.
and can move this to the NRP and character RP if you'd like, I'd like to cut to Eskel and Aslam and Maverick even. As Aslam sees them bickering in their minds and says what he said earlier. He adds on and says, "How did it go? The meditation and all. I think you made progress."
Yep.
It can be strenuous, and there's no right way necessarily to do it. Demos had got a hang of it like right away. Very surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly. But you've taken your first step to doing that. And he kind of looks at you as you're slowly eating and goes, I take it something not too fun happened. Or maybe something important.
Yep.
Aslan pauses for a moment and goes, I'll give you time to think about it. And he kind of moves away, and then Aslam adds to, he says, besides, I have a gut feeling that, I mean, I know the doctor's been investigating your life. He'd probably be a good person to talk to about this. Whatever had happened. And he kind of looks at you. And Eskel, you get immediately that he's looking at you like, Lest has disappeared. Demos has disappeared. He's like, hopefully Eskel's not also going to vanish on me here. Though admittedly, he's far less concerned about Demos than he is probably about Lest. Because Demos gave a, I'm coming back this time. Lest did not.
Yeah.
Yeah. But as he does that, he does add, though, he says, after we eat, will you be ready to continue the journey? He asks.
Yeah.
He seems to relax a bit. Good. But as lunch is eaten and things continue on, eventually pack up and begin walking again. And Adra says, I think we're close to my ship. At a certain point in the day, we should arrive close to it. In which case, all it'll be is helping me, if you can help me get it out of the tree, I should be able to repair it myself relatively quickly.
Are there, like, traps we need to worry about?
No, any traps that were there were sprung by the lizard folk already.
Okay. Are you sure?
Fairly confident, yes.
Okay.
And as you all continue to walk, eventually Adra leads you off the path. And you do find a ship, an airship stuck in a tree.
Okay, how big is the airship? Like,
It's relatively
would-
small. It probably could fit 2 people comfortably in terms of a sleeping arrangement. But it's mostly got a bunch of like shelves on it that have been ransacked. It's a merchant ship. It's very small, meant to more set up shop near a town and set up your little stand. Right? It's a small
right.
transportation
I would
thing.
like to state that Summer does not take more than one shot. Like, she takes enough to have a slightly more comfortable lunch. And then she's good. Like,
He goes, or wait, let me. Well, I don't necessarily know how to get it out
I-
of the tree.
don't suppose any of you guys have newly discovered soul flying talents?
No, I do,
Soul
however.
flying.
Oh,
Right.
well, that's so weird because I actually do have a newly discovered flying talent, and I take out the broom of flying, and I ride it side saddle
Yeah.
up to investigate the ship.
As this happens, Adric goes, well, that's neat.
I can cast fly also.
Eskiel, did you say you could do that too?
Yeah.
Maverick goes, I can cast fly. Aslam goes, I can climb a tree. And he begins to walk
No,
towards
I
a
was
tree.
gonna say I drop a rope. Like we don't all have to fly.
Aslam just starts climbing a tree, cool monk style.
Hayden looks at his wimpy little arms. He's like, I'm just gonna
Maverick says,
cast it.
I'm good to stay down here, Eskiel, if you don't want to waste a well-valued warlock spell slot.
I'm gonna climb the tree.
Okay, make a acrobatics or athletics check.
I do drop a rope.
Maverick sees the rope and starts to climb it.
19.
19? Yeah, you managed to climb all right.
Aggressively
What's
climbing
in
the
this
tree.
ship? I wanted to get here first in case there's any
Got you.
cool shit.
Make an investigation check. Because it's already been pretty well ransacked beyond a regular perception check.
Alrighty. I don't suppose that has advantage or anything.
Nope.
Okay. That is a 2 plus 9, 11.
Nice. Everything seems to have been really stolen. There's some toothpicks. There's some, what looks to be a lunch that has been left out for far too long.
Ew.
And most of it's been eaten by other animals, I should say, but some of it's just gone bad.
Ew.
Yeah. But you don't really see anything in realm of a secret compartment or a unique item, or you can see inside, you see the bed not made. But looks comfy, though too small for you. You see the little steering wheel, and you see how it's lobbed in. The balloon is all but popped. But the ship itself is more like rested on like a V-shaped branch, as it were, or like a branch to tree connector, you know? In a
How
V-shape.
high is it off the ground?
Probably about, I'd say, with how big the trees get up north here, I'd say a good 20 feet above the ground.
20 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna, seeing nothing inside, I'm gonna go around the outside and figure out how it's, like, connected to the tree and, like, different stuff like that.
So Matt, I lied. I'm climbing the rope.
Got you. The next to arrive is Aslam, who lands on the floorboards and sort of looks around and goes, well, we want to try to get it down with as little damage as possible. So a classic, he kind of moves his weight around and the ship like budges a little bit. So a classic that would probably not be the solution.
Yeah, classic falling.
Yeah. He's looking through his bag as if he's trying to look for something he can use.
Yeah, is there, like...
Idea. I have an idea.
Eskiel, you're the next to arrive. Just climbing the
me.
tree is quicker than a rope crawl.
Alright.
Yeah, I think so. It's not a bare tree. It's got plenty of limbs, so it's a fairly quick jaunt. And as you yell that, Aslam goes, or Adra, who's like hovering next to you again, he can fly just very, very slowly. It's next to you. He goes, "What's the idea?"
Well, I have a spell that you actually saw me use it back in the situation I was in the well. I have a spell called Web, and basically if we need to give it a good shake to get it out, I can use Web to make sure it doesn't fall and break.
How strong is that web? As he looks at the airship.
Let me take a look. It's up of 5 feet. It doesn't say, like, it can only hold something. It says a creature can use an action to make a strength check against my spell DC.
We're using it a bit creatively here, but I would
Yeah.
say by its own, it probably wouldn't be enough to just completely stop an airship, even of this size, falling. But it would slow it down. I will give it that.
Well, and we
it
might
would
be
give
able
some
to
motion.
strategically use web to inch it down, because as long as the web is never holding the full weight of it, and it never has to fall more than 2 feet at a time, right? So it doesn't really have the velocity. You know,
Yeah, we
it could be
can-
part of a solution.
We can Minecraft spiderweb it if we want.
Aslam
You know,
goes.
where you slowly sink.
None of you happen to pack a potion of giant strength by chance. And Maverick goes, nope. Well, great.
I think so.
I have ogre strength.
That's right. You are actually physically capable. He goes, he looks at you for a moment and he goes, how about this? Use some webbing to inch it down and have me and Escale at the bottom ready to catch it.
It's a boat.
Yeah, it's a boat, but I believe in us.
Okay.
As long as it's not the full weight coming down, we should manage.
Okay, I'm gonna add one layer onto that. This thing has a balloon, right? That's tangled in the branches.
Yes, it's very tangled up.
Okay, we're gonna need to untangle a bunch of this stuff anyway. Let's also have Maverick and I
Yeah,
lowering it with ropes. So we've got
arrives.
huh?
Maverick arrives.
Yeah. Let's also use all this roping that's already here, right? On all of the various pulleys and stuff that you need to be able to raise and lower a balloon. Let's also have us lowering it with rope so that we have both the rope and the web to try to inch this thing down.
And then Maverick goes, he looks at Escale for a moment, confused. He goes, and then Escale and Aslam at the bottom to catch it?
Yeah?
He's got magic.
What about it?
Fair enough.
We're also not 100% sure if he can die, so.
Oh, you know what?
Me.
Actually, real talk. Aslam goes as he's stifling in his pockets. I actually do happen to have a potion of giant strength. I completely missed that. I came more prepared than I thought I did. This is DM moment. I did not just now add it. I just missed it when I was looking through his inventory. He does actually have one.
How are you the top adventure lord?
He kind of pauses for a moment. He goes, well, sometimes it's not talent. It's experience. But he goes,
Escale, you don't remember who you are.
besides the point, that's very rude of you to say, Aslam points out. He goes, the point being, this
I'm
is
just
a,
saying,
that's not just a
if it's a
potion of,
memory thing.
this is not just a potion of any kind of strength. It's of storm giant strength. This is the top tier, buddy.
You fucking imbecile. Okay, do I get up the rope yet?
Okay, but why do we need to use it if the web will work?
It's a good call. Escale, you're a heavy drinker, right?
Yeah.
So, what I'm going to ask of you to do is, whilst we're getting ready to hold it, I want you to, hold this bottle in your mouth, but not drink any of its contents.
I
Unless
understand.
we start to struggle with the boat.
I understand. Pop the cork, put it in.
Yeah,
Oh,
just holding it.
Not yet!
No,
We're
I'm
not
not strong.
ready!
I'm not drinking it.
Okay,
It's literally like
Yeah,
I'm
literally
just
just
holding
holding
it
it.
in my
We have,
teeth,
Yep.
ready to
I
drink it
would
whenever I
have,
need to.
we have, I
I
would
will cast
imagine,
guidance on myself.
a considerable amount of rope untangling that has to happen before we can do any of this.
I also would like to look in the boat. I haven't gotten to yet, because Matt hasn't said if
Yeah.
I got up there.
You and Adra finally arrive, and Adra and Maverick immediately work on the untangling of ropes.
I'm
But very
detecting
carefully.
magic.
Sure. You detect magic. Make a investigation check with advantage since you have detect magic up.
I'm looking
Find
for the
hidden
glowy.
doors.
I mean, I'm also looking for anything that's flying around, but.
Fair enough.
Ooh, investigation?
Yes.
Ooh, 22. Wait, with advantage?
Yes.
'Cause
With
of-
advantage because of detect magic.
oh. Okay, 22.
22. Looking around inside, sort of outside where you were, like looking over the side, you actually don't see anything.
God damn it. Can I have Rupert help?
Well, you can't get double advantage, unfortunately.
I know, I'm just hoping maybe that'll help lower a DC.
No. I would say no.
I would like to try to just look at the like, this isn't Summer's thing, but like the extant rigging, because like you have to imagine these things are like they're built also like with before they can float, right? So the same way like normal boats are built, they probably have to have some way of keeping this thing off the ground. Right, I want to look for like all of the pre-existing mechanisms that you can like thread ropes through and like things like that, and see if we can make anything of that to like.
Sure, there are certainly a few. Some of them have weird nonsense looped in them, probably for a stylized look of the shop, but you can remove that and loop actual helpful things through.
Yeah.
Whilst this happening, Aslam offers to carry Ascale down the tree.
Okay.
Since we need to be down there to potentially catch the thing. Especially, and as Aedra like loosens a rope, the whole ship like turns a little bit, and he goes, especially because it could fall at any time.
Fair enough.
And
Also, one
yeah.
more thing, Matt.
Mhm.
For me, just real quick.
Yeah, of course. You were very close, I have to say. You're very close.
Just cause I really want to know.
Mhm.
Can I just do a detect bots real quick?
Who?
On me, and then turn to Asia and be like, so you have like secret doors and stuff, right?
That's a really good idea. That is such a fantastic use of this spell.
Surface level thought is, nah, magic doors are lame.
Okay, is that what he says or what he thinks?
That's what he says and thinks.
I didn't ask about magic doors. I asked about secret doors.
Oh, well, same thing.
Then where do you hide your this can be then where do you hide your stuff?
Aedra's going, are you trying to look for my stuff?
I mean, I'm very curious.
I mean, if you want to see it, you could have just asked. Maverick, can
No,
you handle this? And he hands him some ropes.
I'm very curious about all of the secret and cool things that you put in your ship.
He
Not
goes, "Oh."
necessarily the content, but like.
Say, all right, hold on. And
So he's thinking about all this, right?
Yeah, he's thinking, and you see he immediately thinks of the bed. And he walks towards the bed once he hands Maverick the ropes. And he goes, he lifts up the blankets on one corner, and there's just one string poking off of the mattress. And he begins to pull the string, and you see it just keeps going. And almost magically, like, things that are looped into the string, like little tiny chests and bags, begin to just magically operate out of the bed. And he just keeps pulling the string.
That is very cool. We should actually, this might fall, we should get anything that's fragile down before we risk the whole ship.
I'm certainly okay with that, I suppose. And
I
he
will-
actually pulls another string, and the objects go back in the mattress, and he just says, just throw the mattress down. It's just a mattress.
Okay, I do that. I take the mattress down.
All right,
And
all right.
then keep tying knots places.
I want you and everyone involved to make a dexterity check with all
Okay.
of this. So I'm gonna get
I
magic.
go to the
included in this?
ground.
No, you will be included in a strength check later.
19.
And Caden, are you working on webbing?
I mean, I have to cast web,
Yeah.
and I just have to make sure it's in between two, like, points, so it can hang.
Yeah, you're using it more like additional rope than.
I want to make it like a Minecraft web. Like, I want to make like a net, so if it falls, it's caught.
Okay, cool. So it slows it maybe just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. Okay.
So the actual lowering of it will still end up being up to the ropes.
Yes, and as
I
you're doing
mean-
this, Maverick goes, I hate to say this, Summer, but are we really strong enough to lower a boat?
Absolutely not. But I am thinking we can use a lot of leverage and then okay, so this is gonna be this is a little bit a lot, but I have like lubricant that we've established. So we should be able to like loop a lot of these ropes like around branches is my thought. Like basically we're doing makeshift pulleys,
Yes.
right? And then what I want to do is I want to make a I forget what it's actually. I mean, the simple machine I'm talking about is a wheel, right? Where we are going to get. Hey, I have this adamantine stick. Does anybody else have anything very strong that's stick shaped? If not, I'll just look for a very strong branch. That's fine too.
I mean,
but
I have my metal rod. That was my wand.
that could do it. I want to make a wheel and axle, right? Where basically you loop a rope right around a pole, but you attach. You've reeled in like a garden hose before, right? Like you attach a. I'll just look up the thing and give you a picture. Do you know what I'm talking about, Matt?
I do. I certainly do. As this is happening, Aslam's by the
But
ground
with the adamantine bar, so that like we are as the actual wheel, because that is by far the strongest thing that we have, and I think that like if Maverick is on one end of it and I am on the other end, then we might be able to actually figure this out, because it's a very long stick and it's a very strong stick.
The thing I was gonna say is with the currently mute S-scale, as he has a bottle in his mouth, Aslam just sort of nudges you with his elbow and goes, this should be fun.
Mm-hmm.
It should be fine. It'll be fine.
And as you do this, Aslam does bend over by the mattress that is now by the ground and pulls on that string. But nothing happens. He shrugs.
Me really very much drawing on Summer's high passive investigation to be like, oh no, she just like makes rigging for the thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
We did a project in school.
I mean, you have high enough and things like that. Really what this is going to come down to, DM moment, is going to be a series of strength checks.
We're also, you know the rubber band challenge that you do with an egg? We're basically combining like wheel and axle and rigging technology with the rubber band challenge, because that's what the web is.
Awesome. As you are working on this, the boat is beginning to give more and more as there is less tanglement and only the pulley system really keeping it up at this point. And it is beginning to curve off the branch. Aslam and Eskill are positioned, so are Summer and Maverick. Adra is just on standby.
He's ready to recast web lower down in case something breaks. He's already got a web going, but he's ready to
recast
if he
again.
needs to.
Alright. We start off with the first people they need to make strength checks, Maverick and Summer, as they begin to lower it.
Try to lower it down, yeah.
As they...
Do we get anything for this? All the mechanisms we have created?
the DC is just lower, is all.
Okay.
His strength is not the best.
Yeah, we probably should have like
Okay.
spread out the people with the strength.
Mm-hmm.
But okay. I have a. I don't suppose this. Well, no, I don't have any proficiencies in anything. Doesn't help. A 15.
Okay. You did better than Maverick's 2.
Oh gosh, really?
As you begin to lower it, you are just kind of, you've put your foot like under a nearby branch, right?
Braced.
And are just braced. And you're managing to lower it as the full weight, once it comes off the main branch it was on, being simple, you're able to hold it for like a briefest a moment, but you just feel here as
Can I brace
Maverick.
it with the broom of
Yeah.
flying? Because magic items can't be destroyed by normal means. I didn't even think of that. I have a very strong stick-shaped object. It's the broom of flying. I'm gonna brace this thing
by normal
between.
means for sure. Would you categorize this as normal means?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
I know.
mundane.
It can't be like just snapped like over your knee or something.
Right.
For sure.
It's not a magical thing. Like, it's a mundane.
Yeah. No, I understand. I'm mostly joking.
But if I realize this boat's about to fall, I want to try to brace it.
You do that, and Maverick, who has very soft hands,
Goodness.
the rope burns him a little bit, and he lets go from the pain.
Well, we're not
and-
holding the rope, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. You're holding
We're holding the axle, the wheel, but the
yeah,
whatever.
for sure. Nonetheless, he has soft hands, and that anything is rough when you have soft hands. And
not gloves, am I right?
yeah.
Yeah.
But he lets go, and because of this, like almost half the ship is like dangling almost. And you are
It's
able.
just Summer in a broom.
Yeah, Summer. What's happened with you right now is the equivalent of like, I don't know if you ever use those workout machines where you're like pulling down and you lift yourself up when you. It's almost the equivalent of that. You are slowing it, for sure.
Right.
But it's really more like you're holding on for dear life. And that force of holding on for dear life happens to be slowing it down.
Yeah,
Next,
I find anything I can brace.
as it falls sort of at an angle because of Maverick's failure, the webbing does catch it and slows it. So it sort of falls. It's like relatively quickly. The web slows it down a bit more, and I'm gonna need both Aslam and Eskiel to prepare strength checks. Caden, I want you to make a just a regular intelligence check as this is falling to judge whether or not another web is in order or not.
I will say, like, it says nothing about breaking the web. Like, the web is not.
It's implied in the fact that a creature can't escape the web, though. It's not like a super
you can
unbreakable
break the
web
web.
thing. Yeah, you can break the web.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
Just
not
a straight
it's not
intelligence.
called indestructible web.
Well,
Um,
you know.
No, but that would be good.
That would be neat. That would be a cool spell. So what was your roll?
Hold on. I want to fucking check something, because you can only escape if you make a dex save. It's not like a.
What level spell is this web?
This web, it's a level 2 spell.
Yeah, it's not that durable.
Okay.
I'm just letting
Straight
you know.
intelligence?
I'm just letting you know. It would not be that durable. Yeah, just straight intelligence.
Not a save.
Yeah, just a straight intelligence.
Okay, 19.
Okay, that's not bad. You think you probably need to cast another web here.
Alright.
Shoot another Spider-Man style web.
Yeah.
Is a bit more, slows down even further. Some of the strands of the web are holding on better than others, just though it's falling down. Branches are breaking, right? The lower branches are breaking as it falls, which slows it down too. The webbing is catching. Now I'm gonna have Eskiel and Aslam make base strength, athletics checks or strength checks, whatever suits your boat, I guess.
Suits your boat.
You guys are trying to catch a boat.
Well,
Yes.
Yeah, on the day where Demos fucking disappeared.
I know. Okay, but
what's a
it's
D4?
also you don't catch a boat. Okay.
24 total is what you said?
No, I got a 12, but I need to add in a D4 because I guidanced myself.
Yes.
Okay, 13.
Alright.
I got a 1.
Aslam got a nat 20
Nice.
plus 11 to athletics. So he just catches it. And you catch it too. You both managed to then lower it. You like angled yourselves right. Basically, Aslam with his strength caught the lower end that Maverick had messed up, right? And you managed to lower it to the ground. It sort of tilts, right? Because an airship is not meant to land flat on the ground, so it kind of tilts.
Too bad we don't have a druid, and we could have made this into water somehow instead. Moved earth, made water.
There's a
But-
lot of things we could have done if we had a druid.
The
but
ship
no.
is successfully safe and on the ground. Congratulations.
Yay.
And with that,
I take my magic stick and my broom bag.
Adra goes, well, this is fantastic. And he walks over to the mattress, pulls the string, a bunch of stuff is coming out. He goes, well, now as promised, I should be able to fix the balloon, no problem, by myself, probably before the sun sets. Sorry, I'm pulling up music. Oh, wait, I can just search it. What am I doing? Here we go. He goes, but, as promised, I will grant your group one free item from my shop. That's right, one free item. It's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
Hey, man.
Matt, are you familiar in the Legends canon with how Han Solo won the Millennium Falcon?
Gambling, right?
Yes, but specifically it was gambling and a word trick. Because Lando's ship was not for sale, right? But it was in the lot. And so he worded it as any ship in the lot. I'm just saying, we don't have to just be looking at these items that he is telling us to look at. They could be any items, a quote, in the shop.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
But he pulls a bunch of things out with the thread. He goes, first things first, I gotta organize these, because to be honest, I've kind of forgotten what I have in here.
Is that a way of saying you have to pull up an item generator?
Well, I'm not as unclassy to have an item generator. I have cards.
Okay, good, yeah.
Yeah, because we all know how well those cards have gone in the past.
Well, you know.
Oh, Matt! Remember what happened last time?
Well, got all sorts of things, some of which are probably going to be of more interest to you than others. Hold up. But I got a lot. I do, in fact, have a lot of things that could be of use for you. I'll probably just tell you the cooler ones, though, in terms of your free item, because I don't think you want to waste, you know.
I mean, is Detect Thoughts still up? I ask, in a meta sense.
I mean, it can be. Caden will probably pull it back up real quick.
I mean, are you sure you don't want to go over them all?
Hold up. I'm literally looking through my inventory right now.
You guys get that the concern is, like, if he doesn't want us to take something, so he pretends it's not a cool one, but really it's very cool?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Caden's gonna have his insight active in case there's any deception going on in terms of the value of items.
You get the
Also,
impression.
if any of them are old or art, I know how valuable they are.
Okay. Hold up. I'm still going through it. All the items I have. Oh, one thing also, as I do... It's a shame we didn't end up finding that devil fruit, he says sarcastically. But I happen to have more in stock. So if you ever... And they sell for a lot, right? Like, you don't have to take a free item and just say, oh, we're going to actually use it. You can always just sell it. And then buy my other stuff. Wow, you could really game the system here.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, figuring out some stuff. Cool, yeah. I guess I would have that.
Hey Maverick, go fish.
I hate that game.
You know, I actually thought you might. Nobody.
Damn.
very good at that game.
I think with just a few more, I'm going to say this is what he has in stock. Just grabbing a few more things. Some classic items, some niche.
He didn't play because he knew I liked it, but like,
No,
never knew what
he
to
doesn't
do.
like it. He doesn't like the game. Sorry, pulling things out. And he is pulling out all sorts of very wacky looking stuff, to be fair.
Are these all
Okay.
things that were attached to that string?
Yeah. Well, some of them were in containers that he then took out of the containers attached to the string.
Yes, but they were all, like, all the containers were attached to the string.
How does that string work?
Magic?
Well, okay, and yeah, I figured magic, but like,
One does
Is
not
it-
reveal all of their secrets.
I would like to glance at Caden.
Yeah, Kate's gonna just say in Summer's head, are you thinking what I am thinking?
I'm kind of thinking what you're thinking. Also, if you're reading what I'm thinking, I'll never forgive you.
No, I'm not reading your mind.
Summer thinks as loudly as she can, about, just like boobs. Boobs, 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 boobs.
Do you say that in your
No,
head?
No. No, not the intentional one, just the like.
Caden, stop reading your thoughts right now.
Cool. No, but like, is it like only you can access it? Is it like a? Does it cloak things? I mean, like, what does it do?
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
Oh, the stream.
yeah. I'm also, I mean, out of character. I'm also asking all these questions because even if he doesn't answer them, I'm hoping he will think about them.
Fair enough. I mean, he basically just tells you it's a sort of conjuration thing. There's a pocket dimension in the mattress that the string is attached to, and that this ring on my finger is the key to access it.
But it didn't show up in Caden's Detect Magic, right?
No, it did not because it was under a blanket.
Is that how that works?
You have to see it in order to see the aura, I believe.
And I didn't pick up a blanket?
And it was as small as a string, mind you.
Yeah.
But it is. It's just the string that gives off the aura. It's
yeah,
not
it's not the mattress.
not
itself.
every item. So it cloaks every other items.
Yes, basically. At least through the process. Anywho, I've got some things. Let me figure out exactly what devil fruits I have too, I guess. Because, well, actually, I wouldn't know, but the man in the sky might know. Hold
Got
on.
it.
That dickhead.
Yeah, right.
Give me the phoenix again.
Give me the phoenix again. Cool. He has 3 of them. He has 3 devil fruits, but he also has these items that I will tell you. Actually, I'm only going to tell you the... Sorry, I'm going to organize them one more time. I'm going to organize them in higher rarity, because I did kind of just grab a bunch.
God, we know
I'll
how
tell you
good
the
this
higher
works out.
rarity ones. So basically anything very rare and higher, I'm going to grab. Boop. Boop. Boop.
Also, if he does try to lie about any of them, that's of special interest, I think.
Yeah.
All right, folks. I think I got some items that would be of interest to all of you. Alongside these 3 devil fruits right here, again, I do not know, and I really can't know exactly what each of them are. But here's the other things I have that I do know. I possess a Scarab of Protection. It's a very powerful artifact. If you hold it in your hand for about 6 seconds, an inscription will appear on its surface, and it provides 2 benefits while it is on your person. You can have advantage on saving throws against spells, and the Scarab has 12 charges. If you fail a saving throw against necromancy spell or a harmful effect originating from an undead creature, you can use your reaction to expend 1 charge and turn the failed save into a successful one. It does, however, crumble into powder when the last charge is used, and the charges do not restock. Unfortunately. I also have a universal solvent.
Is that the glue?
Well, it's not glue. It more unsticks most sticky things.
Oh.
You have fantasy goo gone?
I have something that I believe you already have, my dear sir, as he points towards Maverick. I possess an oath bow. When you knock an arrow on this bow, it whispers an elvish, swift defeat to my enemies. When you use this weapon to make a ranged attack, you can use as a command phrase, say, swift death to those who have wronged me. The target of your attack becomes your sworn enemy until it dies, or until dawn 7 days later. Basically, you get a bus. When you make a ranged attack roll with this weapon against your sworn enemy, you have advantage on the roll. In addition, your target gains no benefit from cover, other than total cover, and you suffer no disadvantage due to long range. If the attack hits, your sworn enemy takes an extra 3d6 piercing damage.
It is way too bad that there's no oath rifle.
True.
Oath rifle
No,
should be a
That'd be
thing.
insane.
I
I
possess
want it so
a
bad.
manual of golems stone. However, this would be quite the investment. In order to actually create a golem using this manual would be 90 days and 80,000 gold. But hey, you could make a stone golem friend if you wanted.
Him
I,
sitting there with his talking book, his familiar.
The actual Pokemon master.
Yeah.
I have Tome of Leadership and Influence. This book contains guidelines for influencing and charming others, and its words are charged with magic. If you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your charisma score increases by 2, as does your maximum for that score.
So you could get to 22.
If you already had 20, yes. I also have a carpet of flying as he furls out a carpet that flies. Sorry.
That could really show us the world.
Its size is that of 4 feet by 6 feet. 4 feet by 6 feet. It's about 400 pounds and can travel 60 feet as its flying speed. So there you go. I have Nolzur's Marvelous Pigments, basically painting. You can paint things into reality. But only to a degree, right? You can't like paint living things. That would be impossible. Well, not really. I once sold a fruit that I think does that. Anyway. I also possess Cubic Gate. This is a very rare item I possess. This cube is 3 inches across and radiates palpable magical energy. It has 6 sides. Each are keyed to a different plane of existence, one of which is the material plane. The other sides are linked to planes determined by the guy in the sky. I'm going to be honest. Other planes scare me. But I do know where those places go. I can elaborate if you wish, but I would need time to elaborate. And then I possess, guess what? A classic Vorpal sword. It's a classic, powerful sword. And then I possess 3 devil fruits, which also raise for high prices. If any of you wish to know how very rare to legendary items go in markets usually, simply look in the rules file, text channel. And I believe further up I have the asking price for items of those rarities. So legendary items, which mind you devil fruits are, and are often on the higher end of legendary, could be
25 times.
Yeah, exactly. Can go for a lot of money. Very rare, also can go for a lot. These are general asking prices, but he will give one of these, including one of the 3 devil fruits, that you already possess one, that you know what it does. Which
So we get a devil fruit and one of those items?
no,
That's
you
what-
could
that's what you
choose.
just said?
You could choose one of the 3 devil fruits he has.
Okay.
But it's your choice. Any of those items will do. I'll give your group one of them. And then I possess a bunch of other items we can discuss if you want to actually shop. after
Okay,
the
so
fact.
this isn't all of your stock.
No, I have a ton of rare to uncommon items as well. Don't you mind? But I figured if you're wanting to get something for free, you want to get something pricey, right? For free? That you could sell later. That was my thought, at least.
Yeah, I mean, yes. One sec. I look at someone and I go, "Do we just want to get The string?
I don't.
Hey.
No, I don't think.
Scale is also in this circle of conversation, mind you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also gonna ask Escale. I'm gonna be like, in
We
the
still have to carry a mattress around.
no
Like- I'm not sure it's as good as it sounds.
no, we don't. The string has the items attached to it in little boxes.
I don't think that we'd get all the things that are currently in it.
He did, in presenting these items to you, untangle them from the string.
Yeah, I think they're out of the string right now. We would
God
have
damn
to.
it.
We would have to find. I thought of this. We would have to do some weird thing like we'll tell you later. But that is so and then he puts them all back and then say the string. But that is so underhanded and like this guy is not our enemy.
No,
He's also not like a fae or a djinn where he's like trapped to his word.
He also
just
could be
like,
a
"That's
helpful
not-
merchant in the future.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
cool. So
Kill
no.
him now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I on it. No. I vote no for that.
Because I will tell you, this guy in the world will almost guaranteed. There are some shops that maybe have equivalent really awesome stuff in it, but this guy's one of the best merchants in the realm, basically.
Okay,
He's
here's
got
what
good
I'm going to suggest. Because unless there's something that you guys see as like obviously something that could help us with like our current situation, I'm gonna suggest we go with something that would sell for a lot of money, and then we just do that, and then we have a lot of money and we buy things.
He had that book.
There were two.
There's one especially.
How to make friends and influence people?
Yes.
I also kind of liked that.
Okay, only one of us can use it.
That is
Is
not
this
the
is
case.
this
It is not a one-use item, I don't believe.
so we could all. Do we have to take turns? Like everyone could just get a +2 to their charisma?
It's 48 hours over a period of 6 days. You could split it up.
So I'm sorry, we could buy that, we could all use it, and then we could still sell it?
I
Yep.
believe that is how they work. I can double check because on the
I
back,
think you need
I'm not
to
saying.
double check.
Yeah, I probably need
Is
to.
that one?
Josh, I trust Josh's judgment. He's saying I need to double check. I'm gonna real quick double check.
Yeah,
Is-
they can only be used, I think, like once every 100 years or something like that.
Okay, if it's once every 100 years, I'm gonna.
becomes a little less.
Yeah, I'm gonna suggest
But it's
maybe
still
not.
great. It is still great, mind you. But
That's insane.
No, it's one ability score increase.
well, yeah.
And it takes you over 20. And it raises your maximum, so even if you're not at 22 right now, you can get to it later.
It's different because he is a charisma caster.
Uh,
Yeah.
Everything I do is based off that stat. So,
yeah.
that would be my vote.
Okay.
But this
So-
is a bit out of character at the moment, so.
If you used this now, right, it wouldn't necessarily help you because there are still most things that increase charisma can't go over 20. You would have to wait until you're maxed out at 20 and then use it, right?
No.
Because it raises
No,
your
but
total.
It
life
raises the
total.
maximum you can take it to. So I can get to 20. I'm 18 right now. It would take me to 20, and then I could still increase later, and that would
with
take
the
me to
ability
22.
score improvement to 22.
To 22.
Yeah, that's what honestly makes them so good.
The boosting the maximum, yeah.
Are all these
I know
items
there's
you've
also-
listed legendary or very rare?
Also, if it can only
Sorry, I'm doing some research. You continue to discuss what items. But you had a question. I can answer a question.
I just wanted to know the items you listed. Where do they fall? Are they very rare, legendary?
They
rare?
range from very rare to legendary. You can ask for any individual one. I can tell you what it is. The Tome of Leadership and Influence is very rare. For
Okay,
example,
which ones are the legendary ones?
the legendary ones are the Cubic Gate, the Vorpal Sword, the Scarab of Protection, the Universal Solvent, and that's it.
Okay.
well, and the devil fruits are legendary, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But we already have a devil fruit, and we know what it does, which increases the value of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my question.
Josh, your memory is very sound. It is
Oh.
every 100 years it can be used.
Okay, so here's my question.
Yeah, that's why
If
they're
it's-
so rare.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Trisha. We kept
Here's my question. If it is a, like, you use it once and can't use it for 100 years thing, how do we know it hasn't been used in the last 100 years?
It hasn't, says Adra.
Is that true? I look to Caden.
Matt, is it true?
Make an insight check.
Detect thoughts is still up.
Oh, fair. Yeah, no, it's true. The surface level thoughts do not entail any deception in what he's saying. Yes, if you can always cast detect magic if you haven't already done that, and see that magic's coming off of it. It is very well in work. I would not. I'm a little insulted by your insinuation that I would sell a used product or a product that wouldn't
Well,
work.
honestly, I didn't know if you could know.
Well, a simple investigation or whatever. I'm a magic seller. I know how this stuff works.
Okay, then thank you.
We also, gang, could just take the most expensive item and sell it back.
The
And
most
then-
expensive items would without a doubt be devil fruits because of their uniqueness. They go for the highest cost usually. Of the things he
Well,
has.
but usually you don't sell it right back.
Usually.
No, but he even said this. Like, we could take the most expensive item for free, immediately sell it back to him, and then go shopping.
How much is the Tome of Leadership and Influence priced at?
Well, let me tell you. As he pulls out his little thing and begins to calculate about how much it should be worth in this shop. The asking price. AKA, I am calculating it.
Maths.
Maths. This would go for about 40,000 gold pieces.
And what about a devil fruit that one knew what it did?
Well,
If we
it
could
kind of
someone
depends
figure
on
that
the
out.
individual, but it would be very helpful to me because then I could send out invoices for people who'd be interested and rage a higher price. So for example, I'm writing just this down real quick. 40,000 for the tome.
Mm-hmm.
If you knew what it was, give me a moment here. Yada yada yada. Sorry, I'm doing all sorts of crazy calculations.
Math.
Yeah. I'd be willing to buy a devil fruit you knew the name of and knew what it did for 250,000 gold pieces.
I turn back to the huddle. Okay, so how about we sell this guy the crow, the devil fruit of the crow, and we know exactly what it does, and we sell it right back to him, and we get 250,000 gold pieces right
For
here.
the record, if you didn't know what it was, it'd be closer to the 100,000 gold mark, but still very effective.
That feels like a good first step.
I think that is a very reasonable thing.
I think Caden has it. Someone has it. It's not me.
Caden has it. Caden's the one who pocketed it.
Oh.
Dude,
rare.
this is.
Do you know what this does?
No,
He
no,
said
no, no. He
sarcastically.
has not said
No, he hasn't
anything
said
yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough, fair enough.
Fucker.
I think it was Summer and Caden who saw it, and then
No, I remember.
like it's
Caden. I kind of like it though.
You're kidding. It's crow wings. And it's
You already cast fly on
250,000
yourself.
gold pieces.
Yeah.
We could buy the book that he wants literally, what, over five times
And
over.
you could spend money to buy a unnamed one. And have 100. No, have 150,000 gold left over. You'd just be trading one you know what it does for one you would have no idea what it does.
Yeah, that's true, but
Okay, I think Summer is gonna just, like, for a second, like look at Caden and like, okay, how much did meals cost when you were growing up?
no, you're right.
You want crow wings?
No, it's It's complicated. I don't want to get into it. It's complicated.
If you want to fly, why don't you just get another broom like what Summer has?
It's not about the
It is a
broom.
very cool aesthetic.
It's not. It's a little bit about that.
Of course it's about that, it's you.
I mean,
Oh yeah, the plague doctor's mask. That's so funny. I didn't
You
think about
can,
that.
but you can buy such a cool coat with 210,000 gold
I
pieces.
know. I
And
could
you
buy.
should.
Maverick and Aslam are talking to him about some of the other items he has that they may have pocket change to buy.
All right.
I actually think that the person with the most charisma, which is probably Escale, should pull off selling this thing that definitely was his pretty recently.
Right.
For that
Devil
250.
fruit. Right.
Yeah. It's the fruit of the crow,
Yeah.
raven, which one is
Yes,
that?
we can sell this, but also we still get something free. That is something we have to discuss still.
Yes, we do still get something free, but this feels like a good first step.
I think so.
If we sell this, we could buy the Tome of Leadership and Influence, and then do we get the one of the most expensive things free, so that we just most shops don't let you just sell it back to them right there.
Yeah, but he said we could. Like, he literally said that.
You
I
gather
asked-
that he says, "Oh well, I have a pretty bad memory." He's been very friendly to you guys. You saved him from being captive. He didn't think anyone was going to help him.
Okay, so let's sell this one.
He is in gratitude to you guys.
You buy the tome, and then we look at what else is there to go shopping, and we decide whether we'd rather get something free or get the extra money to go shopping.
Right.
How about that?
I like it.
Sorry, I'm going to type out all these items now.
Yeah, because I can't remember what they all were.
Fair.
I have them all written down.
Me too.
Like in writing or in
Because also, I really like the Marvelous Pigments.
Oh, could you take a picture of the list you wrote down and send it? Would that work?
Or I can just do this,
I can
Matt.
just type it
Oh.
out. That's fine.
Okay, thank
I
you.
have it.
You have it typed out?
Yeah.
Cool. You could put it under the table.
Okay, is Escale gonna go sell that fruit and buy his book?
I'm doing it right now.
Adra
Yeah.
sees you approaching, goes, "Have you decided on a free item?"
I think we are still discussing that. However,
Yeah.
I do think that we have come to the conclusion that we would like to sell you this devil fruit that we did find.
Ah, yes, indeed. Do you know what it is?
Yes, it is the fruit of the crow raven thing. Which one is it?
Got you. I believe it looks more like a crow to me. I mean, my memory could be off.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course. Well, as I stated earlier, and he kind of, I would be willing to buy one for 250,000 gold pieces, but you think you can pull the wool over my eyes, son?
I think I might be able to, good sir.
I think this
Face
is.
bombs.
I think this is closer to 200,000. You're gonna have to convince me.
Closer to 200,000. Wow. Beyond the fact that we did in fact save your life, this is quite the rarity, right? Somebody had to find out what this does.
And die. Somebody died to.
This is true. Yes, what she said. Somebody died to figure that out. That just, and it was at our hands, admittedly. So that's just extra labor that was included in that. That means that it has taken more work, it has taken more livelihood, and it is worth more than $250,000. Much more than 200,000.
Also, to be fair, just out of, you know,
In fact,
semantics at this point, because it is magic, but also as somebody who appreciates good produce in the area I grew up in, there is some fresh fruit there. You know, it
Definitely fresh. And I just have to say, not only did someone die for this, the number of killers in the world increased in order for us to come into this knowledge. 250,000 was low, and you know it. I'm just trying to help.
Eskill, with your keen amazingness and with your friends helping you, make a persuasion check with advantage.
$19.
Okay. He goes, sell it to you for 250,000, and I'll include an additional 500 gold for your labor. The 250,500 gold pieces. That's my final offer.
I look at him real keen like. And I lean in a little bit.
Damn.
Oh, I think your deal's acceptable.
He's massaging his temples.
He pulls
God
out a sort of almost like briefcase. He opens it, and you see he like rubs a symbol on it, and as he does, you see almost like coming out almost like a coin machine, like a coin tower. Platinum coins begin to stack.
Oh gosh.
I think to
250
count
root,
them,
2,500
but
platinum,
not
right?
like-
Yep, 2,500 platinum.
Shit.
Well, and then
And 500 dead.
gold.
We should. Okay, hey, can I make a suggestion? I know we've been keeping all this stuff in one pool, but members of our party keep disappearing. Maybe we should split it up between us.
Yes,
I think
please.
it's not a bad idea.
You're gonna take.
Do you want to set some aside for when your members come back, but still split it evenly as if they were here, or?
I think, in Summer's mind, at this point, we're just holding it.
Yeah, got you.
Well, we might. I think they're gone, and Summer's a little bit bitter about it. So like, we're gonna spend whatever we want, and then whatever's left, we put in the pool.
Makes sense.
Like that's my thought.
Bit.
Works for me. Yeah.
So splitting 250,500 gold amongst yourselves.
3 ways. If we here's a thought. If we take off the 40,000, right, then
Right
we
away.
each get 7. It's 250,000, right?
Yeah, 250,500.
500 gold. Right. Okay. We know that we want to buy the Tome of Leadership, right?
Mm.
Which is 40,000.
Yep.
Which would leave us
2,010. 210,000.
210,000, which conveniently does divide by 3. That's what I'm saying.
You want to go ahead and buy this tome, I'm hearing?
We're discussing.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe.
Is everyone okay with that?
So, amongst the three of us, I am totally fine with it being a group purchase as it is being applied here. I did assume that would be a personal one thing.
I've never seen. Okay, that's scooting pretty far away because it's going to undercut the further negotiations pretty significantly. I've never seen this much money in my life. None of it feels very real. And you guys did buy me a gun, which was nowhere near this expensive. But I don't know. I don't. Caden. Okay.
Like, I want to make sure
Sorry.
you're good with that.
What? Good with what?
With the book being a group purchase instead of like a personal one.
I mean, fuck. I mean, the thing is, none of us can use it if you do.
Well, until 100 years later. Well,
Yes,
yeah,
do
but
I look like I'm going to live that long?
You haven't even lived for a week.
That's true.
most of you guys have already survived death once. So like,
Do you
How
really
does he
survive
know?
death?
it's just I don't. Here's a good question. Hey, I have a question.
Yes?
This thing right now, right? It would sell for 40,000 because you could use it like today. But
Yes.
plenty of races live 100 years. Would it still have like? Could we sell this after someone uses it?
Yes, it would just be at a lower, very rare value than it currently is.
Okay, so like how much are we talking?
You'd probably be able to resell it after use to a race that would want it. This is what I could sell it for, but you have a fairly charismatic friend. You could probably manage it. I'd say maybe about 15,000 gold pieces. Resell
Matt.
for. Very much on the lower
More-
end.
It's not too bad.
Very much on the lower
It's
end.
not too bad.
Yes.
Lore question.
Go ahead.
Is there time dilation when it comes to the Feywild in this world?
There is, but it will not affect certain magical items because certain magical
Damn it.
items are more bound to. Yeah. Can't game the system that much.
Yeah, it's also why we couldn't fuse every day.
Yeah.
In
Even
the free
the
winter.
time orb thing you guys had couldn't bypass those
Yeah.
limitations. Yeah.
Some of the items.
Yeah. So it's entirely. You guys have plenty of money now.
Make 1,000 of it back.
Oh, real quick, would you like to at least see what the fruit look like? Because sometimes what they look like kind of might hint at what they could be, but of course.
Okay, I'm okay with it being a quote unquote group thing. We haven't even really established how much goes to the pool and how much goes to each of us. We have to do
How about we
with the fact
split
that
it 4 ways?
we've just had a pool before.
I know, but what we can do is we can split it 4 ways and then have that pool set aside for pool and our missing friends.
Okay, what's 250,500 divided by 4? Real quick. Pulling up my
51,000.
something like that. Calculate.
Fuck if I know.
That's more
I'll
than
just-
50,000.
Sorry, say again.
It's more than 50,000.
Yeah, it has to be more than that. I'm pulling up my 250, 500. Whoa.
Totally not building a map while trying to math and play D&D, so.
Okay, it's 62,625. So everyone just got 62,625, and I guess we save. I mean, it's usually less that keeps the one that goes to the pool. I think.
Just give it to me.
Well, here's the thing. Sometimes you also go away in a different way.
Yes, but I have a backup plan for if I die, how my stuff gets to you. Right?
I don't know. Do you?
It's happened before, right?
I don't remember that much.
Yes, I was thinking more about when you are, not in your right mind.
I don't spend money when I'm not in my right mind.
That's fair. Yeah, sure. That's fine with me if you want to keep the other 62,625.
Okay.
I will say,
Rolling.
Summer is visibly totally okay with like that, with specifically like those other coins that we're like saving for Demos and Lest being like up for grabs. Like, she doesn't care. Eskil can use whatever he wants as far as she's concerned. But okay.
Like you, Picasso.
So I
We
was just
also
rolling because
still
some
get
of
a free
them.
item.
Yeah, we also still get a free item, but let's
Oh, okay, neat.
figure out other things we might want to buy, I think. And then
So,
decide.
in terms of what the 3 fruit look like as he brings them out, as well, he says there's one that seems to be a light brown in color. Seems to be rather pineapple-like in the fact that it's like a crisp-looking kind of fruit, like very pointy and very rigid. Yeah, so there's that. There's one that looks to be more similar to like a dragon fruit, like a spiky exterior. Very hard, very rigid, and very dark brown in color. All 3 of these are brown, actually, funnily enough. And then the next one is a sort of banana-shaped fruit with sort of, and they all have swirls, by the way, with swirls, but this is like more of a brownish green swirls on it. These are the 3 he has. Again,
Hey,
I
Matt.
don't know what they do. They haven't been eaten yet, but
From my previous experience with the devil fruit and casting detect magic on it,
Mhm.
was there a specific magic that the crow one gave off?
Not a specific kind of I mean, I guess they all technically would give off transmutation because it transmutes the person who eats it, right?
Okay.
But you aren't able to discern the type or the specific name.
Okay. I mean, I was wondering if, like, with the crow, like, if one of them allowed you to, like, shoot fire, would there be, like, an evocation, like,
No,
tinge to
in
it?
terms
Like,
of if they add a magical class to it, it would all be transmutation because of it's transmuting whoever eats it, basically.
okay. Caden wants to see if he can recall any sort of research he's ever come across that listed what these do.
Make an Arcana check that you'll have to roll really, really high for, because this was not your field of research.
No, but he also would read about everything.
Yeah. No, I'm believing you on that. I'm just saying you need to roll high, because that's not always enough.
Arcana?
Yes.
Dope. Oh. Oh.
Oh my.
Oh my. What's the total?
Math is hard. Hard math. Give me a sec.
No worries.
Uh, 24?
It's really close
Nice.
to the DC I had. That's like one off. I always feel bad when it's like one off. What I'll say is this. What you know is there is such a thing as a Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, which you have read before. They're very rare books, though, and they don't include every single one. It's just sort of a record of ones that are known, along with an image of what they look like. I'll give you this, because you didn't quite get a 25. Based off looking at them, you can almost with a gut feeling, but you're fairly confident on it, discern what type each of these are. Just
Okay.
not based off like anything about their appearance, just based off I remember seeing this one in this chapter.
Mm-hmm.
The first two I described, the light brown sort of pineapple shaped one, is probably a paramecia, which is basically it doesn't turn you into an animal, it doesn't turn you into an elemental substance. Like directly, it does some random third thing. Paramecia is basically the leftover category. Can be anything. They're a bit wilder.
Is that what the jacket dude is in?
Yes, the jacket is a paramecia. So, like for example, you could just have the power to turn into a jacket, which not very useful. But could happen.
Until you need to hide in a closet, it's not.
True. The sort of what's it called? The dragon fruit, right? Is that what it's called? The sort of round spiky one also is probably a paramecia. And then the third one is probably belongs to the second rarest subcategory or category. The rarest category, but there's a subcategory that's rare, whatever. It's a logia. Logia are the ones where you turn into an elemental substance, and this usually means you can't be as hurt by non-magical weapons. It applies a lot of buffs. Because, like, for example, if it was a fire, it would be that you were literally made of fire. You'd still appear human, but, like, when someone tried to stab you, it'd just be like stabbing fire. For example. So this is a logia. It would just straight up turn you into an elemental substance. Which is deemed usually the most powerful ones.
Caden is going to say to Summer Nescale, I think our free purchase should be this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, which one do you want?
I pick up that one, the elemental banana dude.
Alright. He hands it over.
Banana dude.
And he goes, and I mean, you can always find out what it is by eating it and then dying. And then someone brings it back to life, if that's a thing you can do.
Alright, we are pretty good at that.
Mostly referencing the pirate campaign, where that's literally what they did. Well, they didn't find out what it was after the fact, but somebody was like, I don't want this anymore. And they're like, well, there's really only one way to do that. And that's to kill you. Yeah, so. um,
Okay.
Maximum efficiency.
I have a question, because
Go for
I'm
it.
going to want to know other things that are potentially here for sale.
of course.
But I would love to know how much the oath bow would run for.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I had the idea of an oath rifle, and now I can't get it out of my head.
So, yeah. Do you bring this up to Adra?
Well, no, I mean, I don't know that that's the automatic thing. Like, I think that's what she's thinking of in terms of, like, she knows somebody who can put enchantments on guns.
Bow is very rare.
Right, and so if she wants to get an idea of how much that would be, figuring out what an oath bow would cost might be an okay place to start.
He says the oath bow would cost you also about 40,000 gold pieces, funnily enough.
Could this enchantment be put on, I don't know, another weapon, theoretically?
So, unfortunately, I myself am not much of an enchanter. My selling of wares more comes from experience and being well-traveled and having many connections, right? But there are certainly enchanters out there that wouldn't be able to move this enchantment to the other item. That's a bit too messy of a process, but would be able to put a very similar enchantment on another item. To answer your question, I'm not skilled in that. However, if you're wanting a source, I could. It would probably add a bit to the cost to have me as a middleman, but I could find somebody who could do it. And oh wait, here. And he reaches and he hands each of you a card. If you rub this card, I'll feel an itchiness in my brain. And I'll have an idea where it's coming from and who it's coming from.
This is really cool.
So if you ever want to shop, I can figure that out. And do any of you know teleportation circle? Any of you?
I'm working on it.
Well, here. And he hands you a little sheet. He goes, I have like a very expensive purchase I made. I have a tarp with a teleportation circle on it, which normally you can't do. But there's a very powerful enchantment wizard in the Omega Seas that I once procured this sort of ability. It cost a lot of money, and if it breaks, I don't know if I'd be able to afford it. And you see the stuff I can sell. You understand how expensive that means.
Yes.
Yeah, so... But point being, you can teleport to me. I land when I feel the itchiness, roll out the teleportation tarp, and then you could use a circle spell to get there.
Do I get the feeling, from what I know of the enchanter we know, it wasn't Resort Dawn, right?
No, he seems to be implying something from the Omega Seas. Which...
No. Like, I'm sorry. I'm still on the Oathbow stuff.
Gotcha. No.
I get the impression that, like, that person could do something this level?
Yes, that person, in his magic shop, he was selling things he made, and he would tell you that. He'd be like, oh, well, I need to make more of those. So he's the kind of magic shop guy who actually makes stuff.
But does he seem like, this seems like a high-level enchantment.
Yeah, no, he seemed really skilled. He was like the magic shop guy of that city, right? In the square. So he would be skilled, despite his messy demeanor. It would take time, and there'd be an additional commission fee, right? Because he has to spend time to make it.
Right.
But could be done. This is very I'm getting flashbacks to when the runner would have his gun commissioned. He'd want different enchantments added to it.
Yeah.
Pretty much memories of that, yeah.
And then, similar question. How much are the marvelous pigments?
Okay, can do.
I actually want to know. I want to know what the marvelous pigments are. I also want to know what the cube gate would be.
Gotcha. Cubic gate's going to be a lot more expensive because it's legendary as opposed to very rare.
Mm-hmm.
The pigments, however, would run you 50,000 gold pieces. And as he says, he goes, I know it sounds kind of weird to say, but these are actually a bit rarer. I only know one guy who knows how to make them, and he's sort of a recluse. I'm not really good at getting him to make me. You know, I have to pull a lot of favors. I have to, like, mow his lawn, you know? Anyway, and then the cubic gate would run you for potentially a large amount. I need to double check my inventory here. That be... Yeah, that'd actually be 200,000 gold pieces, because I'm gonna be honest, these are hard to come by. Let me tell you the planes they lead to, though, because I can tell you that. The planes. Whilst I do that, though, let me, sorry. Is there any... You wanted to buy the tome? Is that a decision? It's been made?
I don't think it has been yet, but I think we will be doing it soon.
Right, well, I will set it aside nonetheless. So real quick, this cubic gate has, how many sides? It has, the 6 sides. One of them is a material plane, so there's 5 more sides to it. I guess I'll roll. We'll start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, so I'll roll a d20 and a d4.
D20 and a D4.
Yeah, because there's 22 total, so.
Okay.
Oh wait, but then that makes it to where I can't roll a 1. I'll count the d4 in it if I roll a 20. Or somewhere that could go over 20. Otherwise I won't. Weird system, but that's what we're going with.
Good enough.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, interesting. So let me get all these sides first. Then we'll continue. Shopping. This turned into a shopping episode, which I kind of knew, because you guys were going to bring Adra to his destination. Okay. So far, we're in outer planes, intrinsically. Oh. Wait, is that the same? No, it's not. Okay. All right, two more. I'll find you. We'll just say 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. And one more, baby. This is very entertaining for anyone listening.
Absolutely.
This is the most entertaining thing we've ever done.
Not doing that.
Yeah. Okay, these are the sides. Gonna be honest, it's gonna take me a moment to remember all of these here. But we'll get there. So, here we go. We'll go in order of this wiki here.
Can you give us all of them, and then, like, if we want an explanation for each, we, like, go back?
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. One of the sides goes to the material plane.
Uh-huh.
Another side goes to Easegard. Another leads to Sarcery. Carceri.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be real embarrassed if this is not accurate. I'm pretty sure it is. The 5e lore has stayed pretty much the same in terms of outer planes. And then we got the 9 hells. So one of them will bring you to the 9 hells.
Uh-oh.
We have Acheron. Acheron. And then Arcadia. That is those.
Okay.
So, just because this might affect this purchase, Matt, you said he has other items that are not the rarities.
Really expensive, yeah. I can just go through them. Do write them down, though. People.
Yes, I will.
He has
List them off.
a robe of useful items. It's a robe with patches on it that have things like daggers, bullseye lanterns, and just random objects that are attached to this thing. There's a cloak of displacement. While you wear this cloak, it projects an illusion that makes you appear to be standing in a place near your actual location, causing any creature to have disadvantage on attack rolls.
That'd be nice.
Oh,
Cloak
cool.
of Manta Ray. You can breathe underwater, and you have a swimming speed of 60 feet while you're wearing that. He has a few reens of protection, right? They add to your AC. He has a reen of X-ray vision. While wearing this reen, you can use an action to speak its command word. When you do so, you can see into and through solid matter for 1 minute. He has a ring of feather falling, self-explanatory. He has a bag of magic beans. He has a gem of seeing, which has 3 charges. As an action, you can speak the gem's command word and expand 1 charge. For the next 10 minutes, you have true sight out to 120 feet when you peer through the gem. And it recharges charges every day. He has a rope of entanglement. Build one end of the rope and use an action to speak its command word. The other end darts toward and forward to entangle a creature you can see within 20 feet. And it has a bunch of checks and stuff for that. He has an alchemy jug, which can have all sorts of different substances within it when you use a command word, I believe. Yeah, you can use an action to name 1 liquid from the table below to cause the jug to produce the chosen liquid.
Mm-hmm.
He has iron bands of Belaro. This rusty iron sphere measures 3 inches in diameter and weighs 1 pound. You can use an action to speak the command word and throw the sphere at a huge or smaller creature you can see within 6 feet of you, and it basically tries to hold them in place. Makes them restrained with a pretty high strength check to get out.
Yeah, it's a great fucking thing
Yeah.
if you have good, if you're good at throwing shit.
There's the slippers of spider climbing. Lets you walk around on random surfaces. A wand of paralysis, which allows you to make someone make a save or become paralyzed. There's an amulet of health. Your constitution score is 19 while you wear this amulet. It does require attunement. It has no effect on if your constitution is 19. It has no effect if your constitution's already that high. But it boosts your constitution stat like base, which is helpful for hit points and things of that nature. And for saving
Hit
throws.
points.
He has a hat of disguise, lets you cast disguise self, and a lantern of revealing. While lit, this hooded lantern burns for 6 hours on 1 pint of oil, shedding light in a 30-foot radius. Dim foot additional 30. Invisible creatures and objects are visible as long as they are in the lantern's bright light. So those are his other just run-of-the-mill items he currently has.
Okay, and these are all going to be within.
The
They're gonna
rare,
range from,
rare,
like,
and lower.
rare.
Yeah. Rare
Okay.
and lower.
Okay, I'm gonna go up here and see what's up. Okay, all of these are very cool. Do you want to just, okay. How much shopping are people gonna want to do? Would it be helpful for us to just, like, go down the list and, like, do all the rolls and we just get, like, prices for everything? Like,
I need to check before anything. I need to check which of these items are attunement real quick.
Yeah, you just ask and I'll let you know.
Can you just go down and tell us if it's attunement or not for me, Matt, please?
Sure. No worries.
part of what I'm wondering is if it would be easier to do what cost it is and attunement at the same time going down the list.
Well,
I can do that.
some of them I won't be interested in if they are attunement.
Right, but I might be.
That's fair.
Hat of
Right, like-
Hat of Disguise. Cost 600
Oh,
gold
gosh.
pieces and does require attunement.
Okay, so these are not going to be in the same order. Got it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of going to reverse, I guess, order in many ways. I
The
don't know.
Lantern of Revealing would be the other
First.
reverse.
Oh, okay.
The act.
Oops. I think I might have accidentally shuffled in my laziness. Anyway, Lantern of Revealing, then I'll just do that. Would be 400 gold pieces and does not require attunement. Wand of Paralysis requires attunement by a spell caster, to be precise, and would run you a higher price because it is a rare item.
Mm-hmm.
Where's another? Here we go. Would run you it'd be 18,000 gold pieces for a Wand of Paralysis.
Okay.
There's the Slippers of Spider Climbing, which do require attunement, and that would run you just 300 gold pieces. Ain't no big thing. The Alchemy Jug does not require attunement, and would run you 500 gold pieces. The Gem of Seeing would run you. Wow, this is a rare item. 12,000 gold pieces, and does require attunement. The Gem of Seeing. Bag of Beans does not require attunement, and would run you 15,000 gold pieces.
How many beans are in there?
Let me see. Z would know.
Or we could count.
My almost hope is that you guys just spend all your money here. Really
Buy everything.
Yeah. There are 4, 5. There are 8 beans in the bag of beans. Have I already given a price for the bag of beans?
Yes.
Yeah, 15,000.
Cool. Rena Feather Falling does require attunement and would run you. Oh wow, 15,000 again. 15,000 gold pieces for Rena Feather Falling. Ring of X-Ray Vision does require attunement and would run you 10,000 gold pieces. He has people who can buy that from. Basically, the idea of these asking prices is almost like rolling for the random chance of like inventory and things like that.
Right.
That's why this system exists. And if I'm really stuck on something, I can be like, no, this should be higher roll. But nonetheless, Arena Protection, he has many of these, so this is going to be a lower roll no matter what.
Does it take attunement?
It does.
Yes.
It adds 1 to your AC and saving throws. And that would run you just 9,000 gold pieces for Arena Protection. Cloak of the Manta Ray, however, would run you 500 gold pieces. Not all that much.
Attunement?
Does not require attunement, Cloak of the Manta Ray.
Okay.
Robe of Useful Items also does not require attunement. And would run you only 100 gold pieces. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
What a steal. It's on
What
sale.
about Cloak of Displacement?
That's what we're about to get to. It is rare. It does require attunement. 2d10. Thank you. And would cost you... actually just 8,000 gold. I rolled low for that, and I don't actually have a full problem with that. Rope of Entanglement is not attunement, and would cost also 8,000 gold. I'm rolling low on some of these. Iron Bands of Bolaro is probably going to be a higher cost. So I'm going to... When I say higher cost, I just means whatever I roll, I'm going to add, like, a few to it. Neat. That the Iron Bands of Bolaro would run you 18,000 gold pieces. And then the Amulet of Health, which also requires...
Do they require attunement?
The bands do not, no.
Okay.
The Amulet of Health, however, does, and will run you... Oh, really? That cheap? I'm going to reroll. That's too cheap.
No, don't.
Oh, wow.
10,000
Come
gold
on.
pieces. I rolled 3, so it would have been 3,000 gold pieces. No, it's 10,000 gold pieces.
And
Is it attunement?
It is the Amulet of Health, very much is.
Hey, guys, can I make a suggestion?
Uh-huh.
The iron bands. That one, I feel like if there was a certain Loxodon here, he'd very much enjoy it.
I was
However,
thinking the same thing.
I don't want to pay with it with my own money, so we could also just use that nice fourth we set aside.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. That is Summer's thing. Like before, when she was not a gunslinger, she was a net fighter. She was a restraint fighter.
Someone wants it.
So I'm not gonna lie, I'm thinking, I mean, there are a couple things I absolutely want, and as long as nobody is going to stop me, I will just like say I take them, I want them. Because I want the Lantern of Revealing. Is that okay with everybody if I...
Yeah, I was thinking that might be a nice thing to have and like have, especially in her like little tower at night.
Yeah, it's also very aesthetic for Summer.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like she says like, does this require attunement? And he says no, and she's like, I'll take it. And then she thinks about the aesthetic choice of it, like 3 seconds too late, but it's too late to back down.
What did you buy?
The Lantern of Revealing.
Got you. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I labeled off all these prices and did not myself write them down. So I'm going to trust that you guys wrote them down.
400.
Yeah, I'm going to trust you.
So
This is a
I'm
DM's
keeping
moment
track.
of trust. Do you keep track?
I am keeping track. I also, just like partially because like, why not? I would very much like the alchemy jug.
Yeah, I wanted that one too.
I want it first.
Well, I mean,
Adricos, we
this
could have
is-
a bidding war over it.
no. I mean, I was gonna talk with Matt about this, but because Caden didn't really get like a lot of. I was thinking about this, and as a doctor, one thing he gets is a herbalism kit. Like he just has it.
Mhm.
And something I imagine Caden would do as part of his cover in Riverroot is one, he worked as a doctor, but two, he worked in the magic item shop. So the combination of those two is potions.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's something I want to talk with you about later. But like,
Jug, isn't that the? Can't I make like flammable substances with it? What's on this table?
it's you can make mayonnaise, you can make acid, you can make water. I'm pretty sure you can make like
I can tell you.
Yeah,
slime.
I want this for the same reason you wanted it a lifetime ago. I want it really bad.
It's really good. It's a really good item, and I love it a lot.
Acid, basic poison, beer, honey, mayonnaise, oil, vinegar, water, fresh, water, salty, and wine.
Okay.
Of
some
different
of those are,
amounts for each one. Some of them are less amounts, some are more.
yeah, some of those are flammable, and some of them are mayonnaise. All of them are very good, and I want it really bad. And none of them are potions. Put this out there.
Yeah, but some of them are useful.
Adri's just holding the jug in his hands.
If you want to buy it, go ahead.
Yeah,
I might
I
want
want
to
it.
borrow every once in a while, but
Yeah,
Yes,
and I'll
jug.
borrow the Helm of Comprehend Languages every once in a while.
no.
Yeah. Alright, cool. I take it. I want it. I have subtracted the 500 gold.
That's right, it was very dirt cheap, wasn't it? Here you go.
Yep, that's part. I starred all the ones that were like, we are absolutely ridiculous if we don't buy this. I'm gonna say same as Robe of Useful Items.
That's how they get you. Yep.
And
Listen, I'm just gonna sell what you guys ask for. You guys can figure it out yourselves.
I would maybe suggest that we actually buy that.
You
What?
cut out there. You disappeared into the void.
Because it doesn't require what?
You cut out.
Sorry.
I'm saying.
Can you hear
You
me
can
now?
hear me you now, yes.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna suggest we buy Robe of Useful Items with the pool and just like have it because it doesn't require attunement, and it's like basically cheap.
So you're buying my alchemy jug. You've bought my lantern.
Yeah, and the Robe of
Robe of
Can we do it with the
Useful
pool? I'm asking the group.
100
The
gold.
robe of useful items from the pool money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's only 100 gold.
Okay. Yeah. So can you subtract 100 from the pool and then?
Yeah.
I'll add it to my inventory, but that is one that's very easy to borrow and switch it around.
I will say something Caden was looking at for a lot of things. There's a lot of things Caden's looking at. Was the Cloak of Displacement attunement?
It is, yes.
Fuck, you can't throw a Cloak of Displacement at me. This isn't fair. This should be my favorite.
I know, and it's not like the two people who might multi-class in Rogue. Oh,
Cloak of Displacement's really good for
Except-
not getting hit.
it's also jet black though, right?
In aesthetic, it's more of like a grayish. It's not jet black at all. Grayish, and it's got a little bit of green flourish at the bottom.
It just kind of fits Caden's. He lost the crow in terms of the aesthetic.
Yeah.
What are you already
Um,
attuned to?
I have a Ring of Protection.
Already, got you.
Yeah. Caden, by the way, he's buying the bag of magic beans. There's no questions about that.
Okay, subtract the amount I had stated.
Gosh. Again.
It's no way that's not happening. It's the best. I want
15,000.
to rain from the sky.
15,000 to 15000.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Cool.
Assuming base 10 math, yes.
Yes, fair enough. Anything you wanted to buy the tome? Good friend?
Yes.
Yes, he hands it to you. I assume 40,000 gold is given to him in some form.
Yes.
Cool. You now have the Tome of Leadership.
I am okay with buying the iron bands for Demos with the pool. I just decided.
Alright. In which case, subtract the amount they were worth.
From the pool. Can you do that, Tegan? Are you...
Yeah, give me like 2 seconds.
Cool.
Okay.
He's like, good business. I've been missing out on this.
Okay.
Oh, I hope all my sources are doing okay. It's been a little bit. I'm sure they are.
Sorry, how much do I need to subtract from the pool?
18,000, because we're gonna get Demos the
bands.
iron band.
Okay.
Who is gonna put those in their inventory?
Somebody who can throw in case we need to use them.
Before he
I will
gets-
take them.
Are they strength based?
Are they strength or dex?
Sorry, I literally.
Or if they're versatile, it'd be either.
This must be. You throw the sphere. Make a ranged attack roll. So it's a ranged
dex.
attack. So it is dex based.
Yeah, I'll take.
In terms of throwing
I
it, in
will.
terms of escaping the bands, it's a strength saving throw.
What's the item called?
Iron bands of Belero.
Iron Bands of Belaro.
Okay, I'm putting iron bands and robe of useful items as they're mine, but they're not actually mine.
Are you buying the Cloak of Displacement, my friend?
Oh boy.
I mean, I'm looking you up
Yeah.
and down. You don't seem to have a lot of attuned things already.
Yeah, I think I am buying the Cloak of Displacement.
How much was that again?
18, or no, not 18, 8,000.
Yeah, it was actually relatively cheap, wasn't it? 8,000.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I rolled low on that one. So subtract that amount and take it.
And there's one more thing, Caden really likes those spider boots.
They were actually expensive, weren't they? Or am I getting it opposite?
No, they were 300 gold pieces.
That's
They're
right,
one of the
they were
cheaper
cheap.
items.
I knew I was getting that mixed up. Slippers of spider climbing. Go ahead. They do require attunement. You will be full on attunement slots if you tune both those things.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. Aslam kind of goes, helping a merchant, the easiest way to come into money.
Okay, I'm trying to decide on a couple of other things. Let me see if I have anything attuned. I'm not sure I do. Attunement. Just the scrying orb, just the crystal ball. Okay. The rope of entanglement. Yeah, that's too much.
The other thing that's good to have is the hat of disguise because it's one of those things.
I'm thinking I might want that. I think I'm gonna pick up the hat of disguise too.
It does require attunement to refresh.
That's okay.
Do you have this list typed out?
I do, yes.
Would you mind sending it again?
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Sending it. Okay.
If it has a star
Okay, and
next
that's
to it,
minus 600.
that means we've purchased it so far.
Okay.
Oh, you
Okay.
you purchased? No, you. Oh, in this new list. In the
Yeah.
old list, a star did not mean that.
No,
Yes.
it was.
Okay. What I'm trying to decide on is right now is the amulet of health, because it's just so dang good.
I would pick the Cloak of Manta Ray.
You want the cloak of manta ray, good sir?
Sure.
All right. How that can be sold to you? 500. Go ahead and subtract that.
What does the gem of seeing do again?
It has 3 charges.
had it.
Recharges daily. The one you had in the free one campaign was technically better. This one has 3 charges you can use to have true sight for a period of time. The one in the previous campaign just always, as long as you look through it, you had true sight.
Oh yeah, it was the magnifying glass that.
That Stoic had, I think. Yeah, this one has 3 charges that refill every day, 1d3. And you can use it to have true sight for a short period of time. you wanted that true sight.
Now, the Lantern of Revealing can be, like, refilled, right?
Yeah, its oil can be refilled, yeah.
Okay.
Although, no, I already put it away. I'm not going to double check that right now, but from what I read of its description, that seems accurate.
Hey, in the alchemy jug, I don't suppose one of the things you can get is oil.
I think it is.
I love it. I love it so much.
I think it is. That's funny.
Okay,
That's fair. I wouldn't want to waste time buying oil every once in a while anyway.
Gem of Seeing. Amulet of Health. Or save it to try to put enchantments on my gun.
If you're looking at the Amulet of Health, I would recommend it to one of your frailer companions.
Yeah, I mean, for the attunement, for the person to use it, that is what I would think. But the truth is, Summer only has a +1 to con.
Oh, that is low.
Yeah, it's really low for a fighter. It's like the sort of headache nerf I gave her. But yeah, don't some of you all have like 4 hit points?
I'm pretty sure everyone,
Dead for.
Lust has a total of 54, Eskill has a total of 42, and then the Doctor has even less.
Yes.
I have a hunch the Doctor's HP actually might not be accurate when I'm looking at it, because although he is a wizard, the 21 might actually be accurate.
But you're already full
21.
up on attunements.
Yeah. I mean, that might be better than the rank of protection, I'm not gonna lie.
It would be, probably, in some regards. Especially now that you have the displacement thing.
Yeah. Let me look it up real quick.
Aslam and Maverick, was it? Do you wish to buy anything? And they go, oh, we're waiting.
They're gonna clear out his shop.
They're gonna buy everything else.
Neat.
Gem of Seeing is just very good as, like, I'm developing completely accidentally in terms of Summer a very, like, peering into the darkness aesthetic that, I mean, she already has, like, of the magic items she already has the night goggles, right?
You want the Gem of Crossing? Is that what it is?
Crossing?
Gem of Scene. Certainly
I
could.
mean, how many hit points does my constitution, like, if I have a higher constitution, would that bring my hit points up to?
Well, I think it'd be next time you leveled, right?
No.
It would immediately buff it?
Yep.
Oh, neat. How much? About?
What's your current constitution?
10.
So
10.
+0, so this would bring it to +4, and you've
So
leveled up how
You
many
get
times?
24.
24 additional hit points.
Oh, fuck!
You get 1 hit point per constitution modifier per level.
Per level, yeah. After first.
Yeah.
So it would add 24 hit points.
No, including first, because you still do a +con on the first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would just have 24 extra hit points.
That's more hit points than I have!
I think we should buy the Amulet of Health, and I think
I
what
don't
Summer's
want to
gonna
pay for it.
do is suggest that we get it from the pool, because we can't keep, because honestly, it is so ridiculously worth it to get Caden 24,
A little more, less squishy?
and you can give less the Ring of Protection or something, and we'll call it even. Take the 10,000 from the pool and take your amulet.
All right.
Okay.
Amulet of Protection purchased for 10,000. 10K.
Amulet of Health for
Health, yeah, sorry.
for the
Hat of
next
Disguise was
attunement.
bought, right? Hat of Disguise was bought.
Yeah, I have the Hat of Disguise. I'm going to attune to it at the next available opportunity. Could I? Okay,
In terms of aesthetic, these are all the images that come with the magic items in the book. Sometimes they have a unique aesthetic depending where you buy them, but because this guy traveled, he's got very authentic from the places they originate. So the photos in 5e will be what they look like.
How big is the Gem of Seeing?
It is like a magnifying glass in a sense. It's almost like a wand with a little gem on the end of it. If you look up a picture of it, Gem of Seeing, you'll see what it kind of looks like. Or I could find it, honestly, and just send it, but it exists.
I'm gonna go to True Sight and see everything that True Sight does, because I feel like it's like really OP, and I'm forgetting how OP it is, and I'm gonna regret it if I.
It's good. It's certainly good.
So Matt, if I want to ask our merchant gentleman here a question. So, do you have anything? We're doing something right now, and I'm wondering. I'm not looking for a magic item per se. I'm looking for something unique.
Okay.
Do you have anything that could record a sound and play it back?
Shoot. Yeah, I probably do. I forgot about that. Well, actually, what I'll say, because I'm out of stock of those, but I'm aware of those. I'm just out of stock at the moment. There's these things in a city in the Omega Seas run by mermaids and stuff called dials. And I just don't have any on my person at the moment. Unfortunate.
See.
However, maybe in the future, if you rub that card, I might have some in stock. I actually think the Omega Seas would be a good place for me to run off to. There's a lot of wizards and such there that could sell me goods. To then sell.
A lot of them, yes. Yeah, just asking. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. How long does the True Seeing last? It's an hour, right? So this is 3 hours a day. Because that's how long True Seeing lasts.
No, expend 1 charge for the next 10 minutes you have True Sight. So a total of 30 minutes in a day.
Okay. For 12,000 gold. Which would still leave me at 51,000.
Yeah, he goes, you have the money.
Yes, but I want to enchant my gun. And, like, this is lovely. I don't know. I really doubt we are going to come into this much money again in the near future.
I'd have to agree. This is a very high money reward for what you've done, helping a merchant, especially one as successful as I. And most people who give quests usually are pretty stingy on the amount of gold they give, unfortunately.
Yes, although we have had some success in haggling that up as she glances at Escale.
Robbing people.
Wow.
Aiden looks confused.
Okay, Summer like is like under her breath, like, I'm not a curious person, and like slides 12,000 gold over to get this
Gem of Seeing.
Gem of Seeing.
Alrighty, here it goes. Serving that curious spirit, I see.
No.
Shut up.
Listen, I'm a lot of things, but perceptive isn't. Well, I guess perceptive is one of them. The point is.
No interest in the cubic gate, or did you already buy that? I don't even remember.
We have not bought it. It is very expensive. I think we would have had to pool back together to buy it.
Yeah, it's 100,000, something like that, or maybe a little
200.
200,000. That's right, 200,000.
It's the most expensive thing here.
How much was the manual of Golem?
I don't think I ever said value. I'd have to roll for it.
Yeah. Do remember with these things though, it's you buy the manual and then you spend like days and days working on it.
And a bunch
like,
of money.
Yeah.
Darn near 100,000 gold.
Yep.
Yeah, no. Caden's less interested in buying it to make a golem.
I respect it. I get it.
For the book itself, it is 40,000 gold pieces, but do keep in mind, once you buy it, You have to spend an additional 80,000 gold pieces along with the 90 days to make one.
Yes.
It's a stone
And
golem.
carpet?
Carpet?
Oh yeah, we never found out the carpet.
Yeah, the carpet would run you. Oh, only 20,000 gold pieces. Hardly anything. 4 foot by 6 foot, 400 pounds, 60 feet flying speed.
By my math, I dropped from 63,070 to 49,570. I just gotta figure out how to.
Did I buy the tome out of my own money, or was that out of the fourth amount?
I'm okay with either. That is a decision. That is a persuasion roll. I think you're gonna have to make on Caden.
Yeah, probably.
Although I think actually if the 18,000 comes out of the pool, there's not quite enough. No, there still is. No, not quite.
I'm doing it right now.
There still is. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't just 18,000.
18,000 plus the 100 for the robe,
Plus the 10,000.
plus the 10,000 for the amulet.
Yeah. So I'm doing the math right now.
Oh,
So other things are coming out of that fourth amount?
Yes, a couple of. Well, we're buying something for Demos, and then like
Gotcha. Right.
one thing for Caden, which I don't know, you could leverage. And
that skill could leverage
And,
that back, yeah.
well, I mean, you could argue that you use some of it and some of your own,
No.
or just what if you just take the 15,000 out that you're gonna make back, and then when you sell it again, you can put whatever you get back in the pool.
Oh, I have to remember that.
Yeah, so there's 34,524 left in the other fund.
Right. So, Caden, I think that half of the book cost could come out of that. Thoughts?
I mean, so half of that pool could go into buying you the book.
Sure. I don't know how much is left in it.
A little over 40,000, right? Hello?
No, there is 34,524 left in that
Got you.
fourth.
Right.
So it couldn't all be the pool. No matter what, it's gonna have to be some of your own stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Which I have no problem with. Admittedly, I'm not super concerned about keeping a ton of money. Because I feel like it's just going to get stolen anyways. But, I mean, it would be nice to have more money.
I mean, how about we make a deal?
I'm pretty good at those.
I agree and give you half of this, and in exchange, you allow me to do some reading.
So I'm reading?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Well, I have been interested in what kind of scholarly pursuits you have been looking into.
Do I have those?
Well, you're a wizard after all, are you not?
Oh, yeah.
It can be monitored reading.
Okay, I still don't know what you're trying to read there.
I think he wants to read from your book. Is this true?
Yes.
Book of Shadows. They're referring to.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you actually knew.
Yeah.
Eskiel can continue to play silly though.
Well, do you want to read out my book?
I'm interested in your scholarly pursuits.
Well, I don't believe you there. Insight.
Insight check you want to do?
Yep.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I love it.
8.
8 total?
8?
Yeah.
I rolled a 3.
Okay, ooh. 10.
10 for deception.
Can I
Fairly
roll
full
insight on the whole situation? Just because I feel like this is my only chance to maybe roll higher.
Maybe roll high enough? Yeah, go ahead. I'm fine with that. Fine with that meme.
Oh my gosh, I got a natural 18. I got an 18 insight.
Yeah, I mean, you see...
All of the... give me all the secrets.
Things. Kane is interested in what Eskiel is writing in there, but it's not because Eskiel is looking into scholarly pursuits. That's not what he thinks is written in that book.
Just curiosity.
Hmm.
But... Eskiel.
Do I trust okay, Caden is suspicious of Eskiel. Do I trust Eskiel? Like, is this...
It's a question only for yourself.
Okay.
I need to ask Matt a question.
Yeah, go ahead, type it out. Send it to me.
It'd be much faster to ask in person.
Fair enough. Alone with the DM real fast?
Oh god.
Hello?
And you allowed John to use the helm of comprehend languages to slowly write in other languages.
That's fair.
Can I do that?
You brought up the fact I let John do it. John was a rule lawyer and a half. I'll let you do it.
Okay. And off of that, since I can have my book be written in any language that I can write in, can I do it in any language now? Since I can understand any language anyways, and I can slowly write in any language.
I'd allow that.
Okay, cool. I just need to find one that Caden doesn't know now. Cool.
Go back.
Okay. I think I would be okay with some edited monitored reading.
Excellent.
Alright. So does he get like 20,000 gold or something?
I will do the math.
I would like to whisper to Eskiel.
Yeah.
If you don't want to do that, there's something else you could say, and I think it would work. And you might be able to get more out of it.
This is true.
Anyway, I am gonna go play with my lantern over there.
Painful.
And
Okay, so Caden,
Yes.
I'm going to leverage for more than half.
Okay.
In the pretense that I don't allow Summer to use the Helm of Comprehend Languages on your stuff.
Oh boy. You fuck. You fuck.
I don't particularly want it to come
You could
from the lump
name
of money that is
any
for our
price.
comrades. But like, yeah.
Scale. Scale. Why?
I'd make him, I mean, if it were me, I'd make him choose between reading from the good book and keeping Summer reading from his. I'd love that a lot.
You know, you could also say no and we could think of another trade offer. Like, you don't have to say yes.
Well, what? I'll trade here.
You know, it's okay. It's fine. I'll give you 3 faults.
How much is that?
fucking me. Why am I doing the math?
It's 30,000.
Three-fourths of what?
I'll just put it in chat for you guys. The ones who actually graduated from college can do this.
Are you talking about 3/4 of the amount that's left?
Yeah.
Or 3/4 of the total?
No.
Because I don't think you
left.
have 3/4 of the total.
That's what's left in that fourth fund.
1,524 divided by.
8,000. Be like 8,000 some left over.
You would get 25,893.
And to be clear, Josh has technically not graduated college yet.
It's true.
Yeah, but he's closer than I am.
Fair enough.
Smartphone calculator, but you would get 25,893. Is what Eskel would get.
That's a little bit of something. I think. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should let me look at your book.
No.
Not your Secrets of the Multiverse book. I don't care about that. That's Summer's thing. Your spell book.
Oh. Sure.
The spellbook goes, oh no, gonna be borrowed.
I mean, if you wanted to look at my spells, you don't need to haggle with me.
Okay, then I won't. Okay, so we got a number too large for me to pronounce lined up with not letting Summer use the Helm of Comprehend Languages.
Ever.
Right.
Ever.
Yeah.
While they're distracted, I would like to pull Adra kind of significantly to the side.
Yeah.
Do you know anyone who might have a Helm of Comprehend Languages?
You know, I actually had one not too long ago, but I believe I sold it recently. There's many people who make them. I mean, scholars want them all the time because why learn a new language when you can just...
Right, exactly. And I was just, that's exactly what I was thinking actually, and I just need to like borrow one. But I would definitely buy one if it were available. So,
borrowing one would actually be easier than you'd think.
Yeah.
There are some royal, or not even royal, but there's some libraries in the world that keep some in stock, as it were, for scholars to use as necessary.
That's cool.
There is usually a rental fee, though.
Yeah, about how much would a Helm of Comprehend Languages like be, do you think, if I did one?
Cost if you just wanted to buy one?
Yeah.
It would depend on the shop owner, but if it was from me, specifically, knowing the amount I usually get in stock, again, depends on the shop. Sometimes people don't get it. Sorry, I'm looking up the rarity of it. Uncommon? Neat. That would be approximately from me, next time I get some in stock. They're a bit harder for me to personally come by, mostly because a lot of them get shipped off to libraries and academics, and since I'm not one of those, it's a bit harder. It would run about 600 gold pieces.
About 600. Oh, okay, a whole 6. All right, that's really good to know and remember. Thank you.
Of course.
I might
anytime.
check back if they have one in stock. Oh, do me one favor and don't mention that I was looking for one of these. It's a gift.
Oh, okay. Of course, very secretive. Shush.
Yeah.
Understood. Yes, of course. Has everyone bought what they wanted from me?
Yes.
I think I'm.
I mean, except for him.
I'm trying to think. I'm real quick checking Aslam and Maverick's attunement, see if they have any open. I don't think they do. At least I don't. Yeah, I'm pretty confident they do not have those open. Yeah, Aslams are full and Mavericks are full. They go, we're good. And he says, no worries at all. You higher level adventurers usually have everything you want anyway. Sounds like a plan. Alright, it's
Pleasure
been
doing
good.
business with you.
I'll get to repairing my airship's balloon, as it were. Thanks for making sure the helm, the hull, as it were, was not damaged too much. Be on my merry way. And with that, with all this cool new stuff in tow,
I
including
want a tune. Do you need a short rest or a long rest?
short, I believe.
When do we make camp?
Aslam goes relatively soon. We spent a bit more time here than I thought, but we should still make it to our desired destination. And with that, you continue to walk for
Yes.
a period of time. Question, Caden, you gonna bite into that sucker or?
Aiden's real tempted. Aiden's real fucking tempted, let me tell you.
To bite into that little fruit sucker? Yeah. That's the temptation. It's literally a deal with the devil. Do keep in mind things you would know is upon eating such a thing, especially if it's elemental, though they are potent and believed to be very powerful, it does potentially be vulnerable to certain elemental things, right? For example, if you become ice, which that one's taken, unfortunately, but just as an example, if you became ice, you'd be vulnerable to fire or heat, fire damage, right?
And water is vulnerable to grass type, and
Yes,
grass type
exactly.
is vulnerable to
By
fire.
nature of becoming elemental, you do
Wait,
run a
is
risk.
water actually vulnerable to grass in this world, though? Like,
No, not in Pokemon. It is.
Oh,
but it
okay,
is
okay.
don't worry.
Which
I wanted to
doesn't
know
make
if
any
that
sense.
was... Yeah.
Need to
I
have
wanted to know if that was something I
cookies.
was worried about now.
Yeah,
I
but
just recognized that I was meta-gaming a little bit because of how I know that they work. I was thinking that Cloak and Manta Ray would affect the water debuff that is so popular from them.
yeah, because the water
I don't-
debuff from them is that you get weaker when you're in standing water. So if you're at ankle deep, you get weaker. You essentially
Okay.
accrue exhaustion depending on how much standing water you're in, and you sink like a rock, and you cannot swim.
If you didn't get the cloak, don't worry about metagaming, because if you weren't going to get it, I was going to get it just because it was so cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted it anyways, but I forgot that we got a book, a
Devil
fruit
fruit.
until just now.
Yeah.
But I just recognized that and wanted to comment that. But then
Yes.
also,
In the pirate
see if
campaign,
that's
it was
something that we
very
would know.
common to have like a ring of water walk in to avoid those risks. But yeah, so you have an inherent water weakness, and depending on the fruit, you could have a variety of weaknesses and/or buffs, right? So it's sort of a roll of the dice, whatever you become and get.
I'm going to be watching for any random encounters that may or may not happen on the road.
I think actually, while we don't have much of a session left, I'd say, but yeah, I'd say unless people really need to use the restroom, like I'm good. We should be fine.
Oh, for a break?
Yeah, Caden, we aren't going to right now though, because I'm doing well. And the rest of you can take breaks as needed. I think some of you have already done a BRB once or twice here.
Yeah.
But point being, Caden, are you gonna bite into it now, or are you just thinking about it?
Aiden's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Caden's thinking about the consequences if it's real bad. Can he come back right now? Do they have the resources for that? No.
What you do know is, for the most part, the philosophy around them is widely agreed to just kind of be like, there's two camps. One is like, it's literally a deal with the devil, like devils made them, right? For a war. Well, I mean, they made them for an old war, but they're still a deal with the devil, basically. But most people agree that even if you were to just have the power to turn into a jacket, that's still better than nothing. What a lot of people say. But nonetheless, let me pull up some random encounters, maybe.
Oh, fuck.
I would like to begin reading.
Reading the book whilst you walk. Sounds good.
As to properly understand the assignment.
Okay. While those two are like reading and doing, I'm keeping an extra sharp eye out.
Got you. No worries. As you continue to walk further north, you begin to... Sorry, I didn't do anything. Aslan begins to say, more than likely we won't have to set up camp tonight. There's a small village along this road that'll be right at where we'll need to then go off the road to find the small village that has been plagued. Oh, well, that's actually exactly what it's going to be anyway. Wow, that is grand coincidence. As you guys are walking, you begin to see small, like, lumber houses and lumber mills around. All abandoned, though. And as you get closer to the village itself that he was speaking of, you realize a lot of people have probably left because of the nearby craziness. So it's a bit of a ghost town that you begin to approach. He says...
Not too ghosty, right?
Not too ghosty, no, I would say. But as you walk into town, no one's there to greet you. The village, there's not a lot of people walking around. And Aslam just kind of goes, well, that's certainly eerie, don't you think?
It's
Yeah.
sad. It.
Most likely they were people that retreated during the initial chaos in the nearby area. And as he says this, he pauses and looks. And a tree, or a thing you thought was a tree nearby, looks to be made of flesh.
That's awful.
Twisted and gnarled. And there's a few similar things around, just like there's one that looks to be like a pyramid, like a small pyramid, but it's clearly made of flesh, just sitting nearby. Just random things shifted into shapes and random angles occasionally.
I thought this only happened when you could hear a noise. That means we're close enough to deal with?
He thinks that, but as he kind of nears the pyramid and lifts it up slightly, and you see there are like legs drooping, as if it died but was alive and moving around for a period of time. Or these things were alive long enough to make it this far before they're keeled over and died.
Regardless, earplugs might be a decent idea.
Yes, well, that's what I was trying to inquire about.
Yes, that would maybe not be the worst idea, says Aslan.
Do you have access to anything that can repeat noises?
Me?
Yes,
No,
anyone.
I didn't come prepared for that. And Maverick shrugs too, saying he doesn't really have anything either.
Have an idea on how to nullify the effect.
Aslam does
How's it-
shrug and go, you can listen with things other than your ears.
Yes. However, there's
It's a
a
safe
way
thing, yeah.
to nullify the effect. There might be a cure involved as well.
Oh, that's a good point. Caden, would you like to investigate these shapen forms then?
Sure.
Alright. I'll find a abandoned building for us to make camp in then. Maybe there's some people who decided to stick around. And as he says that, because the sun is setting, a nearby small village inn, like not at all the size or grandeur of a city inn or a town inn, just a small little thing with like, there are honestly more space for camping outside of it than there is lodging inside, right? But somebody comes out, lights a lantern out front of it, sort of an older woman, and she sees you guys, and Aslam waves her down, walks over. So some of it's like when there's a hurricane and they tell people to evacuate, some people have stuck around. Probably,
Yeah.
just because they're whatever. Another day. Yeah, what would everyone like to do in this ghost village of... Let me actually grab a village name for it. Because again, this continent's so big, I haven't really
I
detailed every village name, but I
would like to fill Scale in. I like get some distance between us and like, I mean everyone else except Caden.
It's the
and
village of Krasmir.
Nice. Fill Escale in on, I mean, the basics of the, like, dreaming and scrying and thinking things might be happening. Again, omitting any, like, personal details, but, like, you know, making sure Escale's in the loop.
The village of Krasmir is most known for lumber, as being in a forest. Not very well known for farming. It's not really in a very deeply farmable landscape. But they do a bit of farming in the sense of creatures, right? Cattle to a degree. They do keep. But they're also mostly known for this being a village along a main road for lodging. They have lots of places for carriages to hook up, places for people to camp, things of that sort. Places for people to restock on rations. And you know more than likely the village that was taken over is also a lumber village, but not likely a lodging one because it's off the main path. And did I ever give a name for the village you're actually heading to? I don't think I did.
Oh yeah, our actual destination, I don't know.
I don't remember.
It is Fournmouth. Fourne and in mouth. Is the village you are heading towards. That is now probably not even much of a village at this point. Yeah, as I'm sure you're all aware, but I'm going to reiterate anyway, villages are usually just places where the farmers live and go into to hang out with other farmers or other, laborers that live out.
You don't have to be lonely.
Yeah.
FarmersOnly.in.
Especially villages that are off main paths are often going to be their own small communities, right? That not a lot of people go through, which Fournmouth is very much going to be. And then you have one step over villages of varying sizes, because villages come in varying sizes. You also have then a step up towns, right? That aren't quite cities, aren't quite villages, right? And then I have the exact population numbers somewhere. I forgot. And then cities are one step over. But that's all kind of common sense stuff, but also just so you know, that's how I kind of categorize settlements. Village, town, city, in terms of size. And function, I guess. A village will more often not only have like one or two things they export, and are often more about getting enough harvest to support themselves, right? Than any kind of economic need. Yeah. So, entering that, Aslam has entered the nearby lodging location to talk to this woman. Maverick is beginning to, looks like he's just going to walk around town. He says, I'm going to look around the perimeter.
Thanks.
Okay.
And Caden, you're currently looking at both tree and pyramid, fella?
Yes. Caden's got an idea of something that could be very useful in dealing with this entity and maybe reversing the effects, and also preventing them.
Got you. Oh, and these people are very reminiscent of the ones you saw come into the hospital when you first were in Odingrad earlier.
Yeah. Caden's
deformed bodies.
depressed right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Ascale is looking like amenable to it, I think Summer would try to keep the trio together. Like engage Ascale, and like we are also like, I don't know, investigating ish. Yeah, I mean, we're looking around and
She got you. So you're investigating these fellows. I'll leave you this choice for now as sort of an angle to tackle it. You do medicine, which is to check the biological things that have maybe happened to this entity. You could make a arcana check to see if there's anything that screams a curse or yada yada, right? Maybe even get to the nitty gritty of how in terms of magic. You could also make just a regular old investigation check. It's not going to be as refined, but you might be able to discern who this person was right? With an investigation check, you might be able to discern that sort of thing. In terms of like who they were as profession, potentially, because it seems clothing is like mashed in there too, like their clothing morphed with them. So your choice of those three: medicine, investigation, and arcana, for now, just for your initial attack of angle of investigating this.
Just for fun,
Yeah,
I
go
turn
ahead.
on the lantern of revealing.
Sure.
If it looks like she's getting into trying to figure something out, I would like to. I guess I've put the book away by now. I'd like to help however I can, but primarily cast guidance on her.
Got you. On him, on the doctor. Yeah.
Wait, I thought it was Summer doing it.
Nah, it's Caden doing the
Oh.
investigating. Summers just has the lantern of revealing on at the moment.
Gotcha. My bad.
I'm also helping,
Yeah.
and I'm imagining that this is while Summer is filling Escale in.
On
Then
the
yeah,
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll cast guidance
Um,
on Caitlin.
I'm gonna have them step back a little bit. I'm gonna put on my mask.
Mhm.
I'm gonna put my gloves. I'm gonna sanitize my hands, and I'm going to start with Arcana.
All right. Approach and make an arcana check. This is like in video games when you approach a crime scene, you have like the 3 options of things to look at, like a point and click
Yeah.
mystery game. You know what I'm talking about? First, I'm gonna look at this clue, then this clue.
So guidance is the +4, right?
D4. That's a D4.
Yeah. I got a 4 in that D4, so
Sorry, I'm gonna play.
Nice.
I'm gonna try to play.
27.
Ooh.
7. Nice. Hey, I don't need that creep here. We'll do this. What was that? 27?
Mm-hmm.
Arcana 27. Okay. Yeah, I'll allow that. There are theories out there. There's a lot of lore and theory and research into the soul and how it interacts with the body. And how certain things affect the soul and thus affect the body, like all that relationship. And what's widely agreed upon is that the soul normally sort of almost envelops and imprints itself on the body, on the person, thus creating the shape of the soul. But there are theories out there that there are theories, especially among transmutation wizards, that a method not yet really looked into for changing one's shape would be to change the shape of one's very soul. As a potential avenue for that, though one not explored. This does not look to you as any normal form of transmutation, but as you sort of look it over, the way it's been like moved and shaped around is almost in arcane angles. Not
Yeah.
random angles, but almost in like the shapes and flow of arcane symbols and casting. Which is often agreed as like just sort of how supernatural energy seems to flow in certain patterns. That is how these have been mashed. Whatever has happened to these people was definitely arcane in nature, and likely did not target the body, but the stuff inside, the soul. And as you look it over, I'll say just with your passive investigation, just to add to the horror aspect of all this, you do see on one angle of the pyramid a face that does seem to have the remnants of like tears or wetness of tears on the outside. Whatever happened to this thing, they were able to be alive for a short period of time, but eventually the body just was not able to sustain its form, and it would die just from existing, basically. And that's what you get with an arcana. In terms of the source of the magic, the sound, and those sort of questions, you are a little less sure of, just based off of 27. But you think you understand that it was more targeting less the body and more of the soul.
Yes.
Whereas usually with like things like polymorph, the soul actually remains the same. You're just changing the shape of the body.
Okay. Caden is specifically looking for.
And you shudder for a moment to think that if it changes the shape of the soul, then that would mean potentially in the afterlife that shape would maintain.
Yes. Caden wants to try and do a medicine check now. He's looking for how.
Got you. So this, even though it just takes a moment for me to explain this to you, this does take quite a bit of time. At this point, the sun is set as you're sort of looking at it, the light of the lantern, and being guided.
That's fine.
You'd like to continue with a medicine check?
Yeah.
All right. At this point, Aslam has come out and is setting up camp just outside the lodging. And Eskiel, you had a question?
Guidance.
Guidance again. All right. Go for the medicine check.
Okay. 23.
23. You see a variety of things in terms of the medicine check. When the organs and the body were mixed and mashed, they did not instantly break. They seemed to almost bend. So it's not like their body was forced into the shape, as in bones were breaking, organs were splitting. They just sort of stretched and moved around. Where the cause of death came in was more their shape not being conducive to... their new shape not being conducive to survival. Like, in nature, we don't have fleshy triangle creatures running around successfully. It's just by nature of their shape that they died. Not by, the gravity didn't really work with the digestion if it did try to eat something, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But with the medicine check, you get that, technically speaking, nothing in here is broken or ruptured. It's just, its shape is not sustainable. And again, that is more time passing.
Caden gets up.
Late.
I need a tuning fork.
Okay.
Doesn't matter how it's tuned, it can be retuned. I need a tuning fork.
I guess we go look for a tuning fork.
Aslam would have one. He does know how to play an instrument.
I'm going to fuck it up if that's okay.
That's all right. I hope your investigation is going well. I look forward to hearing what you've learned.
Caden's gonna sit down crisscross and start writing down some equations.
There you go.
And he's going to start talking out loud because that's what he does. He's a little bit pretentious. And he's very excited to share. So, do you somewhat, you might know, Eskiel, I don't know. Do you have any understanding of how sound works?
You speak it and you hear it.
Yeah, it's a fractions system of differentials. Right?
That too.
I mean, and air and... well, I mean, I guess this is a question. Like, how much does this world know about, like, sound vibrate? Like,
very bare minimum stuff. They know that it's waves. They know that. They know it has a vibratory aspect to it. And at this point, the academic world would know that air is required, just because there's definitely rudimentary traveling in space
travel
a little bit. Very rudimentary. Arcane in nature, but very rudimentary.
So, following Caden's line of logic on this, I've talked with you, Matt, about my theories on how, like, glyphs would work, and, like, how that shape would work, and things like that. Basically, sound is waves, right? But
yeah.
sound, you can cancel out sound with another sound.
Right, yeah.
Aslam nearby sort of says, "This sounded a lot like bard stuff to me."
Well, yes, there's a lot of different theories on the origin of magic, and, some of the first magic users being dragons and giants, and the dragons' spells were mostly verbal. So, yes, sound is inherent to a lot of older magics.
Okay.
However, I'm thinking that there's some sort of sound that causes this, right?
So
So
you
if we
want
can
to unsound it.
Yes, if we can recreate an opposite wavelength to cancel out the original one, it should hopefully cancel out the noise and maybe contribute to fixing some of this.
Okay, but that assumes that it's just one pitch, and you can just find an inverse. If this is anything more complicated, you'd need a lot of tuning forks, right?
Well, we have to start somewhere.
By all means.
Okay. Now comes the hard part.
You try
Figuring
a
out
bunch
the
of
pitch.
notes on a tuning fork, can see if this changes
Yep.
shape. This is dead. What if it only works on things that are alive?
It probably does. That's the problem.
Nearby, you hear Maverick screaming,
Oh, fuck.
but not in fear. He's saying like ew, ew, and he comes around a corner and he is holding what looks to be a fleshy mold in the shape of like it has like fleshy wings. Live flapping. He goes, "The doctor, I believe I found something." He
thank God.
He throws it towards
Oh,
you.
it's alive. Oh, they're alive. Oh,
What it looks like is almost like a bird, but where there'd be a beak and head, it's just like a tiny scrunched up face facing upward.
wait, so
And it is messed up, yeah.
Caden goes into full EMT mode. He goes, Escale, I need you to be continuously using your spare the dying cantrip.
Okay.
oh gosh.
Um,
I get it drunk. Not enough to heal it, but this is ridiculous. We're keeping this thing at a level of pain that is not.
Aslam
right.
asks Maverick where he found it, and Maverick says, "I was walking around and I was attacked." And then Aslam pauses for a moment and says, "Caden, kill it.
we can't!
Caden, I'm ordering you to kill it."
I'm not going to kill it yet!
You see, he moves his fist, he moves, and he just punches the
I
thing.
shoot it.
Okay, it is certainly dead just from a punch and a gunshot.
Yeah, I think it takes like the second time of like Aslam saying like, "Kill it right now," and some are like,
What
Just
the
like, does-
fuck?
He walks forward towards Maverick and says, "You were sneaking, yes?" Maverick says yes. And Aslam pauses for a moment and says, "It's possible that whatever this thing is can see through these things."
Well, you didn't have to kill it!
Maverick apologizes to Aslam for bringing it here, and Aslam's like, "No, it was helpful."
We could have figured out how to undo this!
we still can.
Aslam is currently not paying you any mind.
We just need to figure out a way to blind and deafen them first.
I have!
I mean, yeah.
Right, but we just need it to happen first. Right? We need to be able to sneak up on them instead of the other way around, because now they know where we are.
Aslam is looking around a bit paranoid and says,
So we need to find somewhere else to be, and then we need to see if we can find one of these that we sneak up on, not that sneaks up on us.
Aslam hears that part and says, "Agreed. Hayden, I
I'm
am in
checking
support
it
of your
out, like,
medical
Hayden.
advancements, but
We don't even need to worry about deafening them. We can communicate without speaking. That's established. I could have also put a cloth over its eyes and restrained it.
But not the... Okay. But we need to be able to do those things before it knows we're there. And this one already knew.
Alright.
Aslam is deep in thought.
Summer is trying to, like, check with Caden, because, like, it was her that shot it. So, like, she's, like, trying to, like...
He looks over at Maverick and says, was there any evidence of the ones that showed up in the hospital being able to see? Maverick says, not that I could tell. And then Aslam says, shit.
This one has a
Okay.
face.
Aslam says, Doctor, would you mind comparing these to each other? I have a theory, but I'm not smart enough to do so.
Alright.
Can you find out if they are more refined, if ones are more refined than others?
Sure.
That would be an investigation check.
Well, I mean, this one can fly and those could barely walk.
That's a good investigation. Am I gonna get guidance?
Yes.
Can I help?
Sure, advantage and guidance.
That's a good guidance. 25.
With a 25, yes. The pyramid seems very rudimentary. The tree seems a bit fresher and a bit more well-defined. And this new one seems even more more finessely shaped.
And
Did this
the new
used to be
one-
a bird?
Caden, you gathered this used to be a person.
Okay.
And Aslam, once you see this, you realize that what Aslam was worried about, whatever is doing this is getting better.
Yeah, I'd say. Does it also seem to be an arcane shape?
Yeah, it's just more refined, twisting and
Yes.
turnings of its body.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then we're still on good time, but that's concerning. We should be more cautious around these things from now on. This one is different from the ones that were at the hospital.
I mean,
Maverick, could we set a trap for something this size that would blind it?
Maverick was saying, I was thinking that exact thing. Summer, would you wish to join me for trap setting once more?
I mean, like, I check with Caden and Escale to see if it's okay with them, but
please.
Cool. Go
yes, I do.
And Aslam looks at you for a moment, Caden, and goes, apologies. I'm merely looking out for our safety, but also thank you for not opposing my orders too strongly. And you remembered the thing he told everyone before he set out to listen to their command without question.
Yeah, and Caden says, well, you should know that, unfortunately, if I'm correct about a theory, that poor soul has gone to the afterlife, the same way you took it out of the world.
Aslam simply responds, better that than for many more to end up the same. If our mission fails, that's what will happen.
However, giving me a few more seconds and saying it might be a visual aid to someone else or explaining the situation could have prevented another person from going that way.
Aslam, at this point, is just focused on getting a fire started. And he says, we can't leave camp here, because this is where Demos expects to meet with us.
Would you like me to put up the tower?
Yes. Better defenses, that would be good.
I set up the tower. What do we want? What rooms do we want?
I mean, the same is good, right?
Do we want a kitchen or do we want something else?
Wait, what are the options?
I will tell you the options.
I'm also not there, so this is an Escale and Caden and Aslan.
Discussion, yeah. I'm sure you're flattered to have Maverick ask you to accompany him on another trap setting adventure.
Would we like a study,
No.
a lounge, a washroom, observatory, or an empty room?
What comes with a lounge? What's that look like?
Couches.
Oh. Okay.
I mean,
Is there a pool
Table
table? I'm
space.
great at pool.
goddamn. Table space is always plus.
Sure. I mean, I think we could use that.
Study?
Yeah.
Sure.
As all
go
this
with that.
chatter is happening, you hear a voice in your head, Escale. Seems I'm correct.
What?
Those misshapen creatures. Do you remember a spell that you traded for an item?
Yes.
It's rudimentarily similar, is all I'm noticing. But if it's similar, what I mean to say is we are dealing with older magics. I came to learn that by examining older magics. Be careful,
Okay.
Escale. However, I have good news for you.
Okay.
You will be immune to these soul-altering effects. Do you not recall what I told you? That I could protect your soul, but not necessarily your body.
Okay. I didn't think it would mean, like, from this.
Well, most
Okay.
other transmutation magics would, like polymorph, would affect your body. This seems to affect the soul if the doctor is true.
Is true.
Okay.
I merely say be careful, but also know what you can be not careful about.
Right. Okay. That will be helpful. I hope it's not needed.
I do too. But I am interested. Not in plans or anything, just interested in whatever this thing can do.
Right. Okay.
But I assume we'll see that in due time when you try to kill it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Of course, of course. Summer, go ahead and make a stealth check for me with advantage, because Maverick's gonna help you.
Okay.
I was kind of wondering if you had picked up on that yet, Josh. You
Nope.
gave him the spell to alter bodies in weird ways.
Yep.
23 stealth.
23 stealth, yeah. She's stealthy. Moving around. Occasionally you see in the distance a shape that is not moving and is likely dead. And even you begin to notice the difference between those that are like literally like squares and rectangles and those that are more
Yeah.
refined shapes. Yeah. And Maverick, as you guys are walking, sort of whispers at some point, it's my philosophy to keep emotions out of my work.
But
He just sort of, as you guys are sneaking past one that's in like a shape of a rectangle, you notice he takes a moment to wipe away what would be the leftover tears from one of their eyes. He doesn't say anything. Just that he makes it a point to keep emotions out of work, which may or may not be a lie at this point.
yeah.
But you guys set out to set some traps. There's a bit of confusion due to the shape of them, of what kind of traps would work and what ones wouldn't. They're quite like hunting for rabbits.
Quantity when quality fails.
Yes. And as that is done, and as you all return to camp, this is where we're gonna end the session because I have to get dinner with my dad, and we have done it for about that length. So that's the session, everyone. And I'm gonna stop recording. See you next time on D&D and Friends or whatever.
Dragon Ball Z.
The 5.